time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud, come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose, close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close, let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing, ain't into bling. Just use enough, you fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings, I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing, ain't into bling. Just use enough, you fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings, I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings, I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. That's what I want. have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your world. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend
like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on a centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain.
see where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud, come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose, close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close, let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一。
There's the WRL.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go by.
激起他们打野挥发。历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的机会。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day here at the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season English stream. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Gayang, and we have 3 slobber knockers of matches lined up for you today.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very exciting because we have our first series, Nova Esports against JDG. Both teams actually having a really good scoreline so far, but they haven't really had that much experience against the other top tier teams. Except for Nova Esports, they battled against KBG Gaming during day number 1. But they're trying to have a much more solid competition against the other teams right now. Again, the former Icons Global champions, just trying to maintain their stronghold right now. Next up, we have their Atom. We kind of had our talk already against their matchup against FPX. It might be a challenge, but let's see. KBG Gaming and J-Team though will be so exciting. Same scoreline, 6-1, 6-1, just trying to stay at the top.
Yeah, and I mean, stay at the top. They want to do, because that is a comfy place, and whoever is able to win their matches today will be claiming that top spot. And I think there's a decent chance actually that both of them might either lose or win their respective matches, because these are some very competitive fights. I mean, J-Team and KBG. KBG is another one of those teams that are looking to fight for the top 3, and Nova, they have shown their claws. I mean, they've already won versus J-Team, who is one of the most notorious at the moment. As you said, they are kind of at the top of the leaderboard. So, at the end of the day, we will be seeing some very big moves here in our Chinese conference standings.
Yeah, J-Team, one of the few teams that actually had a win streak so far in this tournament, but after that loss against Nova Esports, now Nova Esports are the ones controlling at least they're standing right now in the 6th spot. It's actually a nice experience here on the side of Nova Esports. Despite being here on the 6th spot, they're still able to beat the top 2, J-Team and KBG. So now as they are facing off JDG, it's again another step they're taking right now to up their performance, to again beat another one of the top 3 teams. It's just incredible,
Yeah, it really is. And if you guys did not know that this week is only 2, we only have 2 APAC matches this team, and they both involve KT Roaster going up against a Chinese team. So it is pretty much a week of the Chinese conference standings getting solidified, while the APAC side kind of just takes a little bit of a break other than KT. But I mean, KT is so incredibly far ahead. I mean, they have played 2 more games than anyone else, and they've won 3 more games than anybody else. So it's a very dominant position that you can see they find themselves in, and the Chinese conference really needs to kind of justify these rankings right now.
It's going to be a challenge for KT for sure, especially on their match on Sunday, because it's KBG Gaming. Again, it is a team that is sitting at the top 2 on the CN conference standings, and they're so far having a really nice performance. 6-game win streak. Their only loss is against Nova Esports during day number 1, so it's a tough challenge. They lost against FPX as well, but it's a different story. It's a match that is reserved for Sunday on our really good casters as well, Autolus and Dash. But for today, we have Nova Esports and JDG. Interestingly enough, so we talked about them already a while ago. Mid-tier teams to low-tier teams, and also some wins against APAC. So really good standing for both teams. But this is going to be a key takeaway for us, because our matchups later on, especially on the jungle side, is going to be Long versus Ones. We already know how good Long is. I actually want to know your thoughts about how Ones is gonna tackle Long here.
Yeah, because looking at the jungle matchup, you're right. Long is just incredibly cracked and stacked here. He has been one of the real keys, you know, one of the real linchpins of Nova's victories here. And whenever he does get on that rare Fiora jungle, I mean rare because he's the only one who gets on that Fiora jungle, then it is nigh on impossible to stop him, actually. It's just very, very difficult. So I think, you know, Once has to pick a jungler that contests these weird duelist-like picks of Long, because Long also has, you know, that Echo that they pulled out versus JT as well, and he plays, you know, all the standard junglers too. So very wide pool here.
Long is kind of like a main front line here on the side of Nova Esports, whereas Once is, you know, kind of like an enabler of the team. He is also comfortable using the Xin Zhao, the Olaf, Shen, and even a Nautilus. That's why JDG is actually comfortable in letting the Aatrox open. Most of the time, they leave it open, let it be picked by the enemy team, and then they draft around a composition that can actually take down the Aatrox pretty fast. And that can be a challenge here as well, or at least a trap that they are going to be setting out against Nova Esports, because Nova, they like picking up this Aatrox as well. And in here, we will see the stats, at least of the two teams that we're seeing right now. Both actually have a very similar performance on blue side and red side.
Yeah, and it is a little bit similar, but just because these teams have been pretty consistent in the way that they have been playing as well. Nova, because of their spectacular performance lately, they have been kind of jumping the line in terms of stats. I mean, look at that, 60% first Dragon, 66% first Herald, 60% first Tower. But yeah, they have lost more games in total than JDG, because JDG, they just have not lost that many games at all. I mean, they are number 2 right now, if I'm not mistaken.
One of the reasons why Nova Esports as well is able to... I'm sorry to cut you off there, but one of the reasons why Nova Esports is able to take more of the first Dragons is because of Long. We can still recall his amazing performance against Keep Best Gaming at that time, securing everything for Nova Esports. Now it's going to be matched against Once. Interestingly enough, so... Once is actually more, as we discussed, he is an enabler of the team. He has more kill participation compared to Long.
Yeah, and he does give a lot more to his team in terms of, you know, the team fighting and looking for picks. But Long, he applies pressure in so many other ways. He's almost basically, you know, a second Baron laner at some points, being able to split push on his own and draw 2 people to himself. But looking at the support matchup as well, Doki has just been pretty much outshining Yami here at the moment, except for, you know, the damage taken per death, because Doki really lends a hand to JDG when they are, you know, looking for something. I mean, almost 80% kill participation, 7.11 KDA, and also, you know, 0711. Big shout out to him.
Oh yeah,
because of the just 711
KDA
here. Even though, you know, that match is not until later.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, JDG, especially for Doki, actually has a really good synergy with Sunny in making around plays, especially that we do see our supports usually being with our Baron in the laning phase. Oh, we have another host now. Not Alora or Peggy.
那在新的1月，双方又会为我们带来什么样的惊喜呢？让我们拭目以待。接下来就让我们欢迎 Nova Esports 以及京东 Gaming。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. I'm Charles. Today is the third match day of week 5.
Charles.
The first game is between Nova and JDG. They are not only close rivals on the field of play, but also forge ahead together as partners. What surprises will they bring us in the new month? Let's wait and see. And now let's welcome Nova Esports and Jingdong Gaming.
先跟一泽选手说声抱歉，断了你50连胜，让你兼职失业。 但是今天还是属于 NV， 属于 NV 的不眠之夜。要不今天不折磨了吧，孙大鹅，点了吧。
As always,
Danny getting some applause there.
Yeah, he got some applause, right there, and but of course we don't understand what they're saying. But, I think it's going to be still the same amount of banter that they normally just say onto each other. I also love the outfit of Charles, our host. A while ago, has some diamonds on his shoulder pad. Looking nice.
Very extravagant indeed.
Flamboyant, I would say.
Not quite.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。First in the solo lane, Nova,
I've been wanting to put that in a conversation
Sunny,
ever since, you know, the reference. What?
Oh, it's hitting the crying
接下来
emoji.
有请双方打野选手登场。
What's
Next in the
What's it
jungle,
doing? He sat on his.
Nova, Long,
I don't know.
JDG, once.
He's chilling.
He's chilling.
He
So
is chilling.
comfy.
I mean, you have to be
下面有
comfy
请
here.
双方
They
中路选
played
手登
on
场。
the stage quite a bit
Now
already.
in the main lane,
And, you know, being honest,
Nova,
this is not a
JDG,
super high
bye-bye.
pressure match for Nova just because they have proved themselves to be able to take pressure from some of those top tier
下面有
teams and
请
really
双方射手登
dish
场
it。back. So
Next in the
Nova,
draw
their
lane,
momentum can actually give them
Nova,
enough
remake,
mental
JDG,
strength and mental clarity
99
to and confidence as well to be aggressive against JDG and fist bump right there
最
from
后
Remake.
有请双方辅助登场。
Remake and
Finally,
I
the
believe it's
support.
Juju here on the side of JDG. Interesting enough, so
JDG,
I am actually excited on seeing the virus of Juju because he performed so well during their match against Race Esports at the time, and landing the chain of corruptions and all. And whoa!
两支战队已
All
经集
right.
结完毕，召唤师们，让我们峡谷见。All the players are getting ready.
Fireman's carry
Let's
because he
start
knows that
into
that man
the
is going
wild.
to carry him in this game. The support always does do the carrying.
Oh yeah.
Well, it was Yitsa who was getting carried, my bad. So it is the support who's getting carried.
Well, it says gonna be the one playing against Sunny here. And yeah, we do see the bonding between the Baron laner and the support, and actually it's gonna be the case as well in the game itself, as the support usually just roams around towards top lane, sometimes helping out the mid as well whenever it is kind of necessary. And the main thing that teams are actually trying to avoid is having the support stay with the Dragon laner. We saw it once yesterday and even a couple of days back, and it's just not a good take if the Dragon laner is not going to be stable. But we all know that that Remake and Juju are really stable ones. Oftentimes they do get the MVP as well, and they really like just staying with what's standard right now in the meta. The Ziggs, the Virus, the Karma, and sometimes they do pick up the Zoe as well, despite being nerfed, still able to be fully utilized by the likes of Remake.
Yeah, and if we're talking about Zoe, even through the nerf, Zoe has just shown so much potential and so much real carrying ability, even post nerf here. So I don't think that, you know, teams are really going to start dropping Zoe because of a little bit of a nerf.
Still can be performed well by talented players. We saw a lot of burst actually yesterday, even a couple of days back, despite that nerf. And the fight first side, I do want to see another Riven or a Lee Sin here for sure. What about you?
That would be cool to see. I do want that Twitch again, but we're gonna have a mirror match this time. It's gonna be Lucian versus Lucian. Who will get the retribution?
I'm always frustrated whenever I see a Lucian matchup, or when I use a Lucian, because you can actually miss your Q, and it oftentimes becomes an outplay for the opponent, just timing whenever you don't have your dash or your Q, because again, it stacks up on your double tap as well. When they reach level 5, surely they're gonna be raining onto each other with their culling. Let's see who is actually gonna be raining on top of here. Will it be Yitze? Will it be Sani? Take your votes, guys. I vote for Yitze here. He has been playing a lot for Nova Esports and actually getting a lot of wins for them as well, except for that Nasus versus Riven. It was really devastating for him at times.
Tragedy.
Yeah.
But looks like Yami was just chilling there by the other team's side. Good to see that, you know, these players are friends as well, but they can just chill together.
If you are to play on the Fight for side, which champion do you actually want to use?
I would use Master Yi, 100%.
Ooh.
He's obnoxious, man. I mean, W max Master Yi, right? And then you get to what, max level 9. So you go max your Q and your W. And then you just out-sustain him, go for any trade that you can get, right? And then you just alpha strike whenever as well. So whenever you trade, it doesn't matter because you can just heal it back up, and then eventually they'll be forced to back, and then you can just get free time at the tower. And you just keep doing that, right? And then unless they get desperate and you know, 1v1, you do have a really effective ultimate for a 1v1 scenario.
And we have seen a mastery actually before, right? Didn't turn out to be a win, but it was an interesting matchup against a Riven, if I'm not mistaken. Again, the heal is just obnoxious, like what you mentioned. In this case, Lucian, same skin. Oh yeah, I just love this. I love the skin. Neon's Nova skin, both used here by Yetze and Sani. Such respect for the Yakon's global champion.
Excuse me. I swallowed my spit, but
better mute, buddy.
I'm dying right now. Oh no.
Yeah, Sani taking a bit of damage there. Yitze just continues to rain him the damage. Q connecting here for Sani. Knight also taking here onto Yitze. Not really a whole lot of damage thrown out there onto Sani. I see we took more in this 1v1. Has to be very careful because, again, they can't just go in. Again, missing on the Q. But Sani will finish him up.
Get outplayed there, son. Is Sani just timed that perfectly. I live, by the way. I'm good. I am fine. You ever have like
you had your own
times when your
there.
body you ever feel like times when your own body is like, nope, you're gonna forget how to do this very basic thing, and then you just struggle to remember how to, you know, how to swallow properly. That happened to me, and then it just
the betrayal of the body.
choking hazard. Yeah, exactly. So
happens to everyone.
just like just like it happened to Yitze there, he got betrayed by his buddy's skin. Unfortunately, you know, even though this is Nova Esports, just having your own skin line doesn't mean that you win all the time.
Oh, yeah.
As Sani already, look at that damage going on to Yitze, and he does not have the culling yet, but look at that, only one auto attack would have taken Yitze down.
Sani is just so comfortable with his solution. Yitze is having such a hard time with those raids. Quick timing as well with the ignite to negate some of the healing that Yitze got there. Ooh, Q!
Ooh, big risk!
2-0. Wow. One-sided beatdown here. Incredible.
Yeah. Big risk there taken by Yitze, going in hard onto Sani, and you know, Sani is just looking so comfortable, looking so smug, having defeated Yitze in that 1v1, because you know that he could have just let Sani back. I mean, yeah, he would have come back with more power and stuff, but you know, you would have still had time in the game. But Yitze just trying to get the element of surprise. Did not think that Sani would be ready to intercept him. So that being said, it's JDG, Jingdong Gaming, who get the choice of side here for the actual match.
This is why JDG just likes putting Sani as the representative for the Fight for side. He always wins. Has almost 100% win rate on the Fight for side as well, and it was demonstrated as well here in the match against Yitze. And now they will choose red side, and we talked about their positions or their conditions on blue side and red side. JDG actually has 100% win rate so far on the red side, so that's gonna be their take.
100% win rate on the red side. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Oh yeah,
JDG, they do want that 2-champion priority, but that does mean that they have to ban some very key champions here, some very obnoxious champions that, you know, they may not want to deal with Nova Esports first picking. So that includes, you know, Aatrox, Zoe, Camille. It is usually the red side that's the ban out the Camille and Aatrox.
But actually, JDG always, And I cannot stress this out even more. Always, let's the Aatrox open. When they are on a red side, they just leave it open and they just build the composition around it. Yeah. Picking up the Gwen, picking up the Akali at times. Sometimes, or one time, we actually saw once pick up the Nautilus and build AP as well so that he can burst the Aatrox. And that is going to be the design again, or the strategy laid out here by JDG, setting up traps against Nova Esports. Question is, will Nova Esports pick up that trap or step on it?
That is a very good question, because Nova Esports, they have an icon skin for a reason, man. They have the chops here. They just have not been having the best run of luck lately against the teams that they've been facing in the WRLA. But bans coming through will be Shen, Olaf, Jace for Nova Esports,
Camille for sure.
Senna, Camille for sure here for JDG. That leaves, again, Aatrox open.
They can leave the Aatrox open. Nova Esports is gonna take it. I'll try to beat the odds that JDG has let out, given the composition that they had prior to this. And again, JDG building a composition that can defeat an Aatrox. That includes picking up the Gragas, maybe the Nautilus as well in the jungle. They tried a lot of ways. Even the Akali at times picked up here by Sunny in the Baron lane so that they can have a burst damage against the Aatrox. I don't think we're ever going to be seeing it, which just yet simply not what is required to win games so far. But Zoe is.
Yeah, no, I don't think this is gonna go through, but it would be funny if it did. It'd be hilarious. Okay, but it won't. So Nautilus will be coming through though. So Nautilus, just a solid support there. Get a catch. It's a catch. You have caught them hard. And that's especially useful, you know, with some of the more mobile champions that can be picked up here by JDG, you know, including that Wukong. That will most probably be in the jungle for once, though Fei Bai can also pick it up in case JDG want to do some mind games with the draft here. Second part of the banning phase, Renekton comes out of the game.
I actually had the concern on the Wukong prior to the series because JDG never picked Wukong for Sunny. Never yet. And Yitzy actually loves picking up this champion, so right now, they're adjusting. They're picking up the Wukong, denying it from Yitzy, and now they have an additional crowd control for their lineup.
That's true. So, what then does Yitzy use? Is he going to be the one on the Aatrox, or is that going to go to long, like, you know, is traditional? It's usually the jungler, excuse me, picking up that Aatrox. And Fiora, a really good pick here, no matter who the top laner is here for Nova Esports.
Because now you deny it also from long, right? So this means that the Aatrox should go to the long, not to Nian, not to Yitze, and no other else. Jack's gonna be picked up here by Nova Esports to again have an additional scaling on their side and also just match against the Fiora, but I'm still concerned about this because again, Fiora wins games so much here in the Chinese conference and we haven't really seen that much success with the Jacks. Oftentimes it's like a 50-50 coin flip here depending on how the support is actually going to be influencing the lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, because like the Jacks, right, only a 33% win rate in WRLA, even though it's been picked so many times, has not really had that much success, and you're picking it into the Fiora. You have had knowledge of that Fiora, and then you pick the Jax into it. Man, if Yitze does not pop off with this Jax, he will only have himself to blame because, you know, if that Fiora even gets a little bit ahead, even gets one single kill solo, or, you know, even ganked, Yitza's just going to be scratching his head going, well, I should have expected that because I'm a Jax.
Yeah. And right now, we're also concerned about Nova Esports. They have a quadruple scaling composition here. You have the Jax, you have the Aatrox, you have the Cork, and even the Ziggs oftentimes needs to scale up a little bit or needs to get a couple of gold before they can actually do a lot of damage into a team fight. Compared it to JDG's lineup, which is more linear, more direct, more simple to actually use, team fighting is going to be better here on JDG, and that's kind of like the design here of this team, trying to take down Nova Esports. Early game should be off JDG's.
Yeah, I mean, the early game, unless JDG kind of botch it, they do have some champions that are really good for the early game. The Wukong, the Zoe being a bully as well. We have seen, I think, a level 1 or was it a level 2 solo kill by a Zoe yesterday. Was it yesterday or the other day? I don't quite remember, but yeah, Zoe, one of those surprisingly powerful early game champions that if you kind of forget that she's a thing, you forget that the things that she does, you may find yourself just, you know, wondering where did my health go?
Yeah.
Because she just chucked all of it.
We saw a lot of bursting damage from Zoe players even in yesterday's games. Today it's not going to be any different, or at least as intended here by JDG. Let's see who is going to be rating on top of this. Again, interesting sounds. The chant started yesterday, and it was a nice add-on to our live stream. And again, JDG having to have this kind of composition should be the ones dictating the flow of the game. But a nice adjustment here by Nova Esports, actually. Sending Neon onto the top lane to battle against Sane should give some, you know, room for farming here for Yitze in the mid lane.
Yeah, that may be true, but that also means that, you know, Yitze is a melee champion going up against a Lucian. Look how horrendously zoned he is already. From the get-go, from like, this is wave 2, I think it is. So Yitze definitely gonna be on the struggle bus at least until he gets to that level 6, but Exhaust gonna be dropped here already onto Sani. He's gonna riposte back, and Mian actually takes a lot more damage than he dished out.
I'm kind of confused here, because Nova Esports, they put the Corki into the top lane, put the Jax into the mid lane, so in intention that maybe they don't necessarily need to have the support help the battle laner. But now we see Yami actually into the top lane. So Yitze is going to have a much more harder time here against the Lucian matchup. And it's going to be the same theoretical paper situation here on top lane here.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, right? Nova, they should have this scaling composition, and they really shouldn't be going for many aggressive picks here at the start of the game. But they definitely can with the help of Yami, just because the presence and the lockdown of a Nautilus is just next level, honestly.
Juju this time having a bit of trouble against Remake. Again, the bouncing bombs can be troubling at times, especially when you get hit, when Remake is trying to just hit the minions. Can be the AoE harassment a little bit, but not so threatening so far. Here on Juju, still able to keep his ground into the bottom lane. It's much more different here on Yitze. Again, range matchup, it's just irritating for the Jax.
Yeah, and if the goal was to gap this Jax, the goal was achieved. They buy it. Doki maybe planning a dive out to Yami and or Yitze here with once being there. Or they could just take a big chunk out of the tower.
Yeah.
Force Yitze to miss some of those minions and get that small win for themselves. Oh, pretty big. That is a little bit demoralizing.
Yeah.
Missing the cannon minion like that.
And also they got a lot of plates into the tower already. So that's a big win that they have, at least in the mid-tier 1 tower takedown. Which is really important here, because Nova Esports has the Ziggs. But JDG is the one pressuring the tower down against Nova Esports, which will be so difficult to work around it if Yitze doesn't stand his ground.
Yeah, it's going to be all up to Yitze here. He now does have the ultimate, but he is still a melee champion. Can't really stand up to this Lucian very well unless he gets help with a gank or something. But, you know, Aatrox is not the best gank initiator. Doesn't really have a lot hard CC to start off at him, and the hard CC that he does have, he needs to be incredibly close to even get a chance at landing it. So Yitze just kind of has to wait until Yami happens to pass around, and then just maybe the Nautilus will help him out.
Yeah, and just having the play stable into this Baron lane matchup. Sani actually isn't really being threatened at all, despite the range matchup, compared to what is happening here in the mid lane. The Jax versus Lucian not really doing well for Nova Esports. leading to this slight goal lead onto JDG. But again, we are reaching towards 5-minute mark, in which we talked about earlier should be better for JDG given their simple lineup. Top side, Long's here.
And Long is there as well, and the Grand Challenge has been issued. He flashes out, and Nian is safe. No, he's not safe. If the Ignite will take him down. It's a 1-for-1, but Long at least was the one who got the first blood. Gonna get jumped on by once now. Doki is there as well, and there is another kill there for JDG. Wants to get it up this time. But can they retaliate? Juju almost down. Not quite. That one auto attack could have sealed it, but no. Juju lives with just a sliver of HP. Oh, you know, he's not gonna live though.
Come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yitze.
That's a 2 for 2 so far, but Nova is the one that got behind there.
Start up a little bad there for Nova Esports as Neon got taken down 1 versus 1 against Sandy despite the help of Long. And Long got taken down as well with the help of Doki. But we saw Yitze performing really well, finally getting the revenge on Delusion. So at least it's a little bit even here on Nova Esports side. What they need to really address right now though is the goal lead that is kind of rising up on the side of JDG. Again, 1,000. They're setting up onto this bot side river to take the dragon. And we have discussed earlier that Nova Esports usually is the one taking the dragons, but now JDG is threatening.
But Nova there holding steadfast. Yitze jumps onto Faye by, but
Remake.
that is going to be a big explosive cast, splits the fight. Remake is out of there. Yitze has to get out of here as well, but the re-engage from Yami coming through as Long is there too.
Ouch.
There's a Mega Inferno bomb. It takes one with Yitze. Yitze now goes, to Faye by. But then Juju is there, he jumps on, but gets demolished, slaughtered with the auto attack from the Zoe. But in the midst of all of that, the Dragon will go the way of Nova Esports.
Yeah, fortunately enough, Long was still able to get the objective for themselves, now setting up for the RH. It was just a 1-for-1 trade. Started off a little good for JDG. They had control on the bot side river. And interesting enough, the weird flank of Nian actually worked because it provided space for Yitze to work around. Long just went through. They got now double objective, and there's nothing that JDD was actually able to do here. In this case, a massive win for Nova Esports.
Yeah, big W. That has not shifted the gold lead though, but this might, as the Long almost goes down to Sandy, but at least Neon was there to keep that Fiora away. Look at that gold just flowing into Long's pockets. Oh my god, look at that damage onto Neon. Just one paddle star from a mile away takes him down to less than half HP.
This is why the Zoe nerf isn't enough just yet. Still, we do see a lot of plays with that champion. In this replay, we saw Yitze just having the space to work around with Yami as well, was helping out in the front line. The flank was Nian, was odd, but it allowed actually Remy to have a really good angle, hitting 4 people with a Mega Inferno Bomb. Yitze got taken down, almost getting the kill onto Juju, which was unfortunate. But having to give the space for Nova Esports to acquire the Dragon that transitioned into RH, I think was worth it here for Nova Esports.
Definitely was worth it. I mean, Nova, they are not as behind as they should be at this point in the game, really, because JDG, they have made their own share of mistakes, and of course, Nova have been very proactive as well. So there's a lot that can go wrong and go right for either of these teams. So far, JDG has a gold lead, but the objectives are on Nova's side. The tower, though, it's a really good thing that JDG was able to get that, because that just gives them so much more freedom to start focusing down these other tier 1 turrets and bringing Juju along with them.
And as long as this game goes by, Nova Esports is actually going to be having a much better time as they scale up. Because again, we talked about the 4 scaling champions, including the Ziggs here, and we already saw the impact of Remake in that last fight. So now JDG, as they stall the game out, it's going to be much more difficult for them to actually engage on team fights. The Yitze split pushing is going to be enabled later on, as long as he can keep onto the pressure of Sunny. Right now, look at that. 1/3 of HP of Juju, just with 1 Mega Inferno Bomb. That is just ridiculous.
But that's a Mega Inferno Bomb. That's not ridiculous. What's ridiculous is that Juju does the same with a single paddle star.
Yeah,
that's the ridiculous part.
Oh. But it's more simple to actually use the Mega Inferno Bomb. So, in retrospect, Nova Esports wants to just have that single ability that can just turn the fight around, and which they did in that last Dragon fight.
Yeah, that's fair. It does hit a big area and amount of people, but I mean, come on, the paddle star can just...
It's ridiculous, right?
it's too ridiculous. But now what's more ridiculous is that Long is going for it, as Sani did get knocked up once. He issues the Grand Challenge, but is not going to step into the fray even more against Long, who did pop his World Ender. So, you know, good attempt there from Nova Esports, but gagging the Fiora at this juncture is not really a winning proposition.
Yeah, that's a lot of time wasted by Long as well, not getting that kill. This time Yami's gonna be helping out Nian. Bottom lane, flash in. Ooh, good response.
A depth charge. At least it hits, but that is not gonna be a kill no matter what. Calling used to keep him safe, but that tower is gonna go Nova's way. It's Yitze who takes it.
So slowly but surely, Nova Esports is able to catch up. Now the gold lead is being depleted from JDG. What is JDG doing? They should be making the plays here. They should be trying to gank Yitze as much as possible, trying to take down Nian as well.
Speaking of Yitze, he's going out into Sani. He gets the stun from the counter strike, but there's a Grand Challenge. And will he be able to hit every single one? The riposte will not, though, as Yitze lives. Sani does as well, and Yitze does not want to continue that. He is not scaled up yet. It is Jack's power fantasy, so the Fiora is going to be very hard to deal with.
Yeah, but the Grand Challenge has been used now in the RH fight. JDG doesn't have this. Unless Nova Esports is going to be giving this objective away, it will be a big factor for the next team fight. Now they're threatening. They're trying to get some vision here on the top side jungle. Oh, Megan for the bomb. Not really doing a whole lot, but still sizable here. Damage Juju. Battles are not going to be connected.
I mean, it was on the 3 people, so that is definitely still going to pad remakes sets at the end of the day, at the end of the game, but looks like, yeah, Nova setting up towards Dragon.
Ouch!
I want to give it. Look at, oh my god!
Yeah,
Remake almost got one shot!
Oh!
And then he gets tossed, he gets explosive cast. He was just dead from the start. The game was rigged, baby. You were always going to go away. So were you. Nautilus is down. Now Long is running a long ways away. Nian from the back. And Yitze as well at the tower. They have to retreat and disengage. JDG are now going to go for Dragon for free.
And it all started because of that burst by Judo. Yeah, you're right. The Yumi or the Zoe is just ridiculous. We saw that damage. Only 100, 200 left there. And then the cask thrown out just for the cherry on top. Now allowed JDG to not only get the dragon, but also gain leverage across the map. Look at the sudden shift in gold lead. Back to 2,000, almost 3,000. And a while ago was just a little over 500. And it started with one team, but just one combo with Juju right here.
Dude, look at this. Look at Juju.
Here
he tosses it back, and then he tosses it forward, and then he teleports. Auto attacks. And then, only then, does he hit the Sleepy Trouble bubble. That was without bubble damage.
Yeah, no additional damage, just an auto attack and the Sleepy Trouble bubble. And the coup de grace with that cask. And then the team fight win. And then the dragon. And then the sizable lead now that JDG has. Nova Esports has to really watch out for those sneaky traps that JDG is laying out for the team fights here.
Yeah, and you can your Mega Inferno Bomb do that in one combo? I mean, come on. Juju's just having the best of times here. Look at how much damage that Paddle Star does when fully charged up, when it does its max damage. If Nian is anywhere near the Zoe when the fight starts to break out,
and you know what?
Fried, and look at that, Juju's trying again.
Remake has to buy boots. He still doesn't have any boots just yet. That's why he's so slow as well. Able to be catched here by Juju. But speaking of,
he's gonna get piloted. He's gonna die. Immediately take it off of the board, and then the Herald has been dropped. Smart, because Nova knows that that is the biggest threat to their siege. So now that they have the Shelly, it's gonna charge once, it's gonna charge twice. The rest of Nova's gonna back it up here. So JDG, they will not be able to contest this push. Are going to get into the inhib towers. There's the calling. It will take care of Shelly. At the bottom lane, though, the Fiora trying to do the best that he can. Sani trying to get a trade there with a tower for tower, or 2 towers for 2 towers at the very least. But he is just going to back away. Minions are not... They should be able to finish the tower, actually. They will finish that tower off.
I like that we're seeing most of the plays happening towards our Dragon Lane. It's definitely a nightmare or statement here for both of the teams. You kill Remake, will kill Juju for you guys. A trade of Dragon Laners, and they got a little bit of gold along the way as well. Taking 2 towers into the mid lane with the RH. Now the gold lead isn't really a whole lot against JDG. And again, this is a scaling composition of Nova Esports, so everything's still good here for them.
Yeah, and man, that was an instant jump from everybody. As soon as Long hit that knock up, it was everybody just jumped. Everybody jumped onto Juju. They were like, "Oh, there's Zoe, there's Zoe!" And then
then bam,
went up
wham.
to the sky. And he went back to base, the expedited recall. But that does mean that Nova now has a very clear way to get back into the game. You know, just backline access. Do that again, either onto Feibai or Juju, and then you can take the fight straight. Because they do need to assassinate at least one person to get a favorable team fight here on the side of Nova.
Sani doing a really good job splitting up the members of Nova Esports though, because he is just, well, doing the side lane controls, so working around the minions and trying to pressure the towers taken down. But Nova Esports has to actually group up here. And Yitze is still not buffed up just yet to actually take them down. Cask?
Oh, this is gonna be a big catch almost, but Long's able to get out of there with the World Ender.
Oh no!
Now Yami is the target. He will be the Sayonara, and there's the healing field from the Grand Challenge. Now JDG with that pick, they can challenge for Baron, or they can just keep being annoying in Nova's jungle.
Yeah, that was too deep for Long. Checking out or setting up vision onto the red side jungle of once, and then Yami just had to give his life for the jungle, because again, if he dies, that's Baron for JDG. Yitze, on the other hand, has been working around. Coming back here onto Sandy, taking a tower in the bottom lane, at least helping out Nova Esports catch up in terms of gold. Now we're even again. It started with a 3k gold lead by JDG, went to 4k, and then a swing by Nova Esports, and then a full catch up. Again, the scaling composition is starting to work. Look at the items here of Yitze, complete already with the 3 main components, the Divine Thunder, the Hull Breaker, and the Blade of the Ruin King. Some anti-healing as well against Sani. It's going to be helping him so much.
Sani, speaking of, he's gonna get jumped on now. The stun was on point, but he's still able to get away with a flash. Did not even need to use his riposte at all.
Run,
so
Sani!
A little bit of a bad attempt there, or well, a good attempt, but a bad result there for Yitze and crew.
This time, Nova Esports should have a better angle towards this dragon, but Juju, uh-oh, that hurts.
There's the Sleepy Trouble was immediately interrupted by the
Death Charge? Oh, that's too deep.
Death Charge.
Yeah.
Immediately onto Juju. Reaction time there from Yami, but nowhere that they can really follow up on. So that does mean that no more Death Charge for this fight.
Yeah, that's a key ability of Nova Esports to counter Juju right there. Already gone. How can they take this? They're gonna try. Top side being pushed.
And there's the explosive cast, and the Yami tries to get away. He doesn't though, as the Zoe finishes him off. And now JDG, they are kind of half health, but they are going to start on this dragon without the big threat of that Nautilus in the fight at all. Juju's going to be coming from the side though, as he is going to get onto Nian, and that is so much damage onto the Corki, but the Corki was able to come through the back and almost threaten Juju's life. Now Long and Remake, they kind of have to try to do this once. He reset the dragon for some reason instead of just continuing it. Long is there though, so there is the threat of a smite steal. It is now a 2 versus 3. Remake has found his way back in after respawning. Juju has back, he'll be going there as well, so it could be looking like a 4v4 here, or a 4v3. Juju is there, and they get turned onto the not the Gragas, the Aatrox, as he keeps his life steady with the World Ender, and it is Once who actually pays for it with his life. Big healing onto Long as Doki overcommits, and there it is. It's very long and very hard to beat this Aatrox. Another kill for Nova Esports. That's a 3-4-0.
That was ridiculously good there for Nova Esports. Long actually tried to get into the dragon instead, tried to focus it down. He almost died, but thanks to Neon, they actually got the dragon for themselves. Won the team fight as well. Now getting towards the ban. What can Sandy do? Favors all here. They don't have a jungler.
Sandy's in there. He's gone for the repose, but he's gone into stasis. Now Feibai is there to try to get this seal going, but will they? They won't, as they sacrifice their lives. Nova Esports starting to run away with this game.
Now is the time for Nova Esports to reign supreme in this game. And that was the pivotal point, that dragon fight. Let's check out the replay on how it actually happened. Long almost got bursted out. He was so low in this fight. Still continued on with the damage. Tried to switch towards the giant so we can, well, 2 things. Heal himself back up and also get that objective. But Yitze and Nian actually worked so hard in the front line, securing the kills for the team. Remake was absolutely free hitting from the backside. And Yami was also there. Came from, well, dying a while ago, and it landed so many good crowd controls in that fight. Suddenly We do see a switch of positions here. Nova Esports now with a 4K gold lead with a Baron as well.
Yeah, they are starting the siege now. Nova Esports knocking at the base here. Yita taking down that last inner turret there. But whoa, what a jump! And that is a dead Ziggs. Yeah, Yami and Neon are barely able to get out of there. Yita at least was able to take down those inhib turrets. All inhib turrets are gone and Baron up. Minions are running into the base. Doki getting a bit low. Neon and Yami and Yitse as well as Long, they are just threatening. They are just attacking the Nexus. Another kill for Nova Esports before they win the first game. But win the first game, they do.
That was a solid performance. A slow but stable performance by Nova Esports. It started out a little weird for them, you know, the top side, Yitze and Neon switching their positions, and we saw Neon having a bit of a hard time against Fiora, the Jax of course, losing against the Lucian, but they maintained their ground. Along the way, they were able to get a couple of kills. We saw the revenge kill by Yitze onto the Lucian in the bottom lane, and despite the really good damage that Juju was throwing out all to the fights, there were angles that Nova Esports were able to actually make around setting up the team fights for them, and that last dragon fight was just so pivotal for them to actually take control of the whole game.
Yeah, and I mean, it was such a swing of momentum when Nova got the confidence to start going up against JDG and just really start looking for those fights where, you know, it could start off with a pick, but then eventually Nova was able to front themselves and really present themselves as a threat towards JDG, and then suddenly JDG, they got really desperate and they made some really bad decisions in the last like couple minutes of the game, and well, you know, Nova was really quick at picking it up.
We were concerned about the scaling already of Nova Esports. Initially, we were scared of Nova Esports because they have, you know, 3-4 scaling champions in their lineup. So early game should be managed here by JDG, but we didn't see any aggressive plays set out by JDG, and that was the primary concern here for us after seeing their performance. Because again, as the game goes by, it's going to be heading towards Nova Esports, and we saw it slowly being taken over by Nova Esports. That definitely is a lesson that JDG should take hardly in this game, because that shouldn't be repeated. I mean, they tried to remove some of the champions here of Nova Esports, try to work around early game. Juju popped off at some point, but as the game goes by, you haven't really landed the big punches onto Nova Esports, and as long as they stall out, it's gonna be fine with them.
Exactly, and stall out they did. They were able to keep it going. They were able to minimize, and that's like what I found really cool about Nova Esports. They were able to minimize the damage at that gold lead that JDG did had. So they didn't really succumb to it, and they didn't let JDG snowball, you know, like other Chinese teams are kind of usually do. So good damage control there by Nova. Great stalling until everybody scaled, until they could get to the late game where everyone was pretty much level 15. And then, yeah, that was just a composition that the win condition was really, really clear. Get to level 15, and that's what they did.
Yeah, and I think JDG trying to deny the Fiora, the Wukong, and even the Zoe isn't really as worth it as, you know, losing control in the early game, because they tried to deny the Wukong and the Fiora away from Long and Yitze, right? But they weren't able to actually fully utilize the champions, and I think that's not a good gambit that they should be taking. Yitze, on the other hand, has performed significantly well despite the bullying in the mid lane, despite him almost dying multiple times, was able to pop off the best possible case here for Nova Esports, and it landed them such a good victory here.
Yeah, I mean, look at this man's performance. 6-1-2 on the Jax. It's very rare that we actually get to see a Jax that pops off and really becomes a threat himself. But, you know, big props to Yitze. That's his second MVP as well.
Prop on him as well. Despite the bullying, was able to just pop off at the very end. We saw his flank alongside with Neon, taking everyone on the side of JDG to their coffins, and that allowed them to take both objectives and heading towards the game number 2.
Yeah, speaking of game number 2, we're going to be there after a little bit of a short break, so don't go anywhere, anybody. We'll be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asian is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we are now in game number 2 of our first match. So far, Nova Esports has shown us how resilient they can be with a very late game victory in game number 1.
I'm actually frustrated here a little bit because JDG, we talked about this during game number 1. They tried taking the champions of Nova Esports, but it didn't turn out well for them. So what should they be doing right now is try to work around their comfort champions. Maybe try to get the Akali or the Renekton for Sunny, and maybe go with an ADC or a Corki or a Jace here for Feibai instead. An enabler jungler for once, but I think it's going to be a challenge as well if they leave the champions open here for Nova Esports. I'm kind of confused on it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, leaving that Aatrox open is usually something that JDG is so comfortable with, right?
Yeah,
they usually do that, but not leaving it or not banning it here for Nova Esports was just like a huge mistake. Because I mean, you saw how Nova was just able to utilize that Aatrox to its fullest, even though it was Yitza with the Jax with the MVP. I mean, Long was just absolutely shredding through everybody.
Almost got bursted out in that last fight. Was able to push through, at least leaving the team fight, focusing onto the Dragon instead, and Yitze in the end worked around finishing off the front lines alongside with Yami and Remake. And right now they're gonna be looking forward to having the same amount of momentum and pressure towards JDG. Again, the question poses, do they take away the champions of Nova Esports, or do they go with their comfort picks? If you were JDG, what would be your take?
If I were JDG, I think I would just go for, my own comfort picks. I would just ban out the really strong stuff on Nova. So that does include the Aatrox. So I'm sorry, but the bans do have to be Aatrox, Camille, and probably Zoe, because my god, that Zoe, even though it was you know, Juju on that Zoe and they didn't win, it was just getting so dangerous to be anywhere near that Zoe. If you know, she is at least a screen away, you can just get popped. But none of that is going to come true here. None of the, just Camille going to get banned out. So again,
it's the same ban.
The Aatrox is gonna be up and the Aatrox is gonna be picked, and again, it's the same pick so far.
Yeah, same. The Aatrox, the Gragas, the Zoe. All right, they're going for round 2 here as the Nautilus gets picked up here by Yami again. The Ziggs very fast pickings. Honestly, looks like they're going for round 2 here unless JDG wants to switch things up a bit. Looks like it's not going to be the case. Renekton still the same bans, so naturally Nova Esports will take away the Akali and the Zed, and then JDG will take the Garen away.
I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah.
We definitely have. This is literally game 1's pick and ban. Guys, come on.
I believe we only have seen this setup once game with it, but but the team actually was able to redeem themselves in that particular game. So maybe that's the thing that JDG wants to have against Nova Esports. It would be a challenge, and one of the ways they were just taken out in that game number 1 was because of the lack of aggression they had in the early game, and the crucial pick-offs that Nova Esports actually had. The take on Juju in the mid lane, and also the team fight setup that Long actually initiated alongside with the rest of the members, despite Yami not being there in the initial part of the fight.
Yeah, this time though, no Lucian, at least. So there is one thing that is going to change here in the composition. So that will be Corki? At least, maybe a Corki. Yeah, that definitely the Corki there for JDG. For Fei Bai, still is going to be a lot of damage. No way, Jose.
No way.
You are not doing Yasuo with the mid lane. Come on.
Are they?
No way. Neon.
We haven't really seen that much success with this. I don't think so.
What are you doing?
No.
He's doing it. He's doing it. Yeah, he's doing it. The mad lad.
That got us hype. Not gonna lie. We haven't really seen that much success with the Yasuo. We saw it a lot of times, but we haven't really seen, you know, a Yasuo pop off. That's why there's a ongoing meme here. The older brother is better, or the elder brother is better than the younger brother, as stated here by the production. And
yeah, well, the elder brother got banned.
Yeah, it got banned, so the younger brother tries to step up now.
Lee Sin, Yasuo, 8. Okay. Look at Nova's team and tell me it isn't perfect for a freaking Yasuo. Dragon's Rage, the Aatrox knockups, Nautilus as a champion. This is Yasuo City for Nova Esports.
But it's the same lineup for JDG.
Even the satchel charge
can work,
can airborne somebody.
I remember when Yasuo was a thing during Season 0 and Season 1, there was always a Gragas being used, sometimes a Galio as an enabler for the Yasuo. So the only thing you have to do is throw out the cask, and then the Yasuo will just suddenly jump, right, with the last breath. But now anything can be a setup here for Nova Esports. It's gonna be an ambitious stake, and again, we talked about this with our director as well. You know, oftentimes the Chinese teams, when they do get their win in game number 1, they like to play around in game number 2, and that's gonna be the take care of Nova Esports. They want a challenge. They want something to spice this game number 2 up.
Oh yeah, they are looking for the fun and competition against one of the best teams on the grid right now, JDG, Jingdong Gaming. A very strong composition they do have, but I mean, Yasuo, man, when he hits that 0-11 power spike. Ooh, baby,
it
you better watch
upgraded.
out.
Formerly it was 0-10 power spike. Now it requires a lot more. And the more you scale up, the more you die, the more sharp your sword gets, I guess.
It got patched, actually. That's why it's 11 now.
Oh.
Because 10 was too little.
It's
No,
too
it's
low.
little deaths. Yeah, so they had to balance it. They had to nerf it a little bit.
You
Made
won't
it,
get any
0-11.
kills until you reach 10 deaths. That is the takeaway.
Exactly.
Exactly. And actually doing a really good job still. I think the Corki matchup will be okay for him. Oftentimes, the only bad thing on a melee matchup is when you don't have sustain. But in here for Neon, he does have his passive shield to work around. So every time he dashes, every time he times his engage, it's going to be a-okay with the focus here of Feibai.
Yeah, I mean, he should have the safety of that shield, but and the the range of the Steel Tempest is pretty decent, honestly. You don't really have to put yourself in harm's way to CS against a ranged mid laner here as a Yasuo, so Neon should honestly just have a pretty decent time in this laning phase, even with Yami flashing out the Juju here and
That was
missing
so weird.
absolutely everything.
Yeah, missed the auto attack, missed the Q. That was so sad for Yamin. Remake was like, what are you doing, my friend? And that's
I have the same question. What was that?
That was unfortunate for Yami at the very least, but still recoverable. I mean, it's just the early game, and Doki hasn't really gotten any gank in the mid lane as well, so it's dead even for both sides. Again, Nova Esports will be trying to scale up in the early game. JDG does have some good scaling this time with a Corki. Let's see. Oh, Steel Tempest.
Oh, yeah. Ian tried to get in, but there's the dredge line, bring him back. Feibai was able to Valkyrie out though, so he'll be completely okay. Alright. As Doki takes a little bit of damage, and Long is not too far from the fight, but he is just going to take that Skull Crab down.
The Yasuo is always irritating to work around with, and Neon is gonna be trying to be that irritating person against Feibai. We saw the swap of sides in game number 1. This time it's not gonna be the case. Just the Dragon laners into the top lane, Baron laners into the bottom lane. So far, Yitz is also having a pretty decent time, but actually, it should be on the hands of Sunny. What do you think?
I do think that Yitz just kind of has more skill, honestly, just and potential in his champion. So I'm not really certain that Sunny can, take him down in a 1v1, at least if Yitz is smart enough. But here is Long coming in though. He's got that Dragon's Rage, uses it on the wrong thing. And they do get a last breath onto Doki, and he's able to flash out, get out, almost got hit by the dredge line, but no. No kills here for either side.
Doki definitely sweated in that last engage, because the Sonic Wave, the Dread Sign almost connected onto him. Had it been connected, that would have been a kill by Nova Esports. Still, JDG actually doing a pretty good job in the early game. The only concern that I have right now is still same as game number 1, that they should be the ones pressuring in this early game. Because again, the scaling composition of Nova Esports is dead scary. You have the Yasuo, you have the Aatrox. Even the Ziggs is going to be scary later on. Nobody's going to be there to actually block all those damage. So you have to make some plays here in this early game. Try to enable Sunny. Maybe send out Doki and ones to gank Yitze so they can also shut down this Aatrox. But that hasn't been the case just yet.
I mean, this Aatrox definitely needs some shutting down, but at this point it is a little bit difficult to take him in a 1v1 still. I mean, the World Breaker is very scared to go on, so if Sunny does try to go for a Grand Challenge at any time, Yitze just pops that World Ender and either says, what's up, bro? You want to fight me? Come here. And then either Sunny commits and gets destroyed, or he backs away and just kind of looks for another opportunity after wasting his Grand Challenge. So this Aatrox pick is very, very slick.
Well, one takeaway from JDG, I think, is that since the Aatrox is more of a team fighting champion, Sunny might just go with a side lane push later on. Neon chasing down. Long is here.
Team fight though, as Long makes his way. Sunny flashed the right way though, further down into the tower and not into the bush where the Lucent was waiting to kick him in the face with the Dragon's Rage. The alley-oop into the last breath.
Yeah. Almost there, almost. Nia wanted to get that kill, wanted to get that last breath on him. But fortunately enough, Sunny was able to back away. Mid lane though, not the same case there for Juju.
What a catch. What a catch by Yami. just getting that dredge line into the knockup, and Remake really quick with that Mega Inferno bomb. That will be a big surprise kill for first blood here for Nova Esports, and then they immediately go up the Dragon.
We saw some interesting stats as well on Neon's Yasuo, as he picked up this champion already against Team Flash and won that game.
Yeah,
as
100%
well.
win rate.
100% so far. I mean, it's just one game, but right now it's gonna be, an attempt to still maintain that 100% win rate. Nova Esports still having a bit of a gold lead so far, taking the Dragon as well. But once we'll spawn this RH, denied from the Ziggs, and maybe take this tower down in the top lane.
Tower definitely going to go down. Sandy's going to get all that gold. Yitsen now in a little bit of a predicament against that Fiora. JDG doing the right things to extend their lead. What else can go wrong? Not much, because these teams are not going to risk anything too much. Juju, though, being very frisky with that Zoe. Just looking for any free panel stars you can get anywhere. So you really have to be aware of where that Zoe is at any given time.
Yeah, Juju still is relatively scary with the Zoe. I mean, Remake has to still be very careful. We saw what happened to him earlier in game number 1. Just got bursted out with the help of Doki's cask. And then things just gone dark for Remake. Now, Nova Esports is trying to play this a little more safely against JDG, which is so far working out for them. The only takeaway that JDG has right now is a side lane push that we talked about earlier. Stani still maintains his pressure into the top lane with the help of the RH that once used there as well. So as long as it keeps the side lane pressure up, JDG should be able to at least distract Nova Esports from grouping up.
Yeah, but Nova Esports, they are not going to group up. They're going to get a catch onto Doki almost, but Doki is forced to flash. Explosive cast hit nobody, and Yitsa slows him down. They're now on the chase on this Gragas' waist as he goes down to the base. Another kill for Yitsa.
Unfortunate as well by Doki, because he did not land that cask onto any members of Nova Esports. So this engage tool was negated and was taken down after that. Now, JDG still trying to keep up or pick up the slack that they have in this game. Sunny still maintaining his pressure into the top lane. We see once a while ago here into the bottom lane, but as he sees Yami, just says, Faybio, let's chill for a while. I'll go farm on my top side, maybe set up vision onto the top side river, maybe help out Sunny as well.
Yeah, let's say that. But Juju now getting that Sleepy Trouble bubble. Not a huge commit here. Still, it is just, 2 members of each team here in the middle lane, and they're just there to clear waves and make sure nobody goes for a very ambitious mid lane push. Sandy, though, trying to get a little bit of counter jungling done here. Long may be wise to this, but he may be getting ganked. Doki and Wands are invading the jungle as well.
He wants to get that.
Everybody's there.
Ouch!
Inferno Bomb almost takes out Juju, but he's able to live.
That hurts. Juju says ouch as well, just because of that one Mega Inferno Bomb by Remake. And this time, we're seeing more of a pressure from the Ziggs rather than the Zoe, as Juju just struggles actually. Well, simply because of the Nautilus pick. We saw even in game number 1 how big of a deal the Nautilus can be when is against a Zoe, and you only have to land your depth charge. Then things are going to be going well here for Nova Esports. And the also scary thing about this is because there's a Yasuo. One knockoff with the depth charge can be the last breath used here by Neon. Bot side, Sandy's in trouble.
Yeah. Sadie gets exhausted. Now Yami is there. He riposts the Steel Tempest. The tornado will not strike, but that was a lot of resources burned by that Fiora just to stay safe.
This gives JDG a chance to set up on the top side river in preparation for the next objective, as Dragon is going to be spawning up as well a little shortly after. Just almost there, but Juju's still able to escape. If you trouble bubble into the poke. Just a little bit of a tap there onto Yami.
A tap that did like 20% HP. My lord. That is a very strong Zoe still. And imagine that was the tanks there. Yitsa getting into a little bit of a scrap here against Sandy in the bot lane. And Sandy taking damage still from those Krugs. Will not be that good actually. So now Nova is going to be the one starting up this Rift Herald as KBG. They're going to be trying to make their way in. No, they won't actually be trying to make their way in. They're just going to guard the site. yeah, just give them it for free. They really can contest, so that means that Nova, they're at least going to get this one tower. No satchel even needed, just the charge will take that tower for them.
Now
now the Drake.
This becomes concerning again for JDG. Why would you give that RH away? Yeah, it's really difficult to go up against Nova Esports, but you drafted this composition and we haven't seen once actually pop up in this game. Setting up now.
There's a gank there. Yami, he's trying to get away. He goes static. Yin's is there as well. Mega Inferno Bob onto 2, but they're still able to take that Nautilus away. As that does mean now that Nova Esports, they will be one member short for this Dragon fight. JDG has the right of way in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, without the Nautilus, Nova Esports does not have that much initiation tools. But JDG is slowing down a bit and taking this dragon. Yeah, it's taking a lot of time. Juju trying to go with a pole.
Oh!
Ouch!
And he gets slept as well. There you go, the explosive cast. It was not blocked by the wind wall, and now Nova are on the loose here. Going to have to retreat. That's JDG clawing their way back into this game.
What? The same thing happened, just on a slightly different location. Juju definitely wants the head of Remix. So unfortunate for that, Ziggs. That gave the dragon here for JDG, despite Nova Esports initially having a better position onto prior to this fight. Juju landing such a beautiful damage. Again, same burst. Then Doki says hello. Windwall was a little bit slow there, and yeah, that was just so unfortunate for Nova Esports in general.
Yeah, that just kind of shows how potent this Zoe Gragas combo is as well, because I mean, just getting touched by the Zoe and then having a high damage ultimate to finish you off after you're taking even more damage because of the exposure from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. My god, you will not live, even if it is the support that is throwing explosive barrels at you.
Yeah, the only good thing here for Nova Esports, if they have good vision on JDG, maybe Nian can actually block those paddle stars and also some projectiles here on JDG with the wind wall. But we haven't seen that just yet. JDG actually has a nice angle against Nova Esports oftentimes, allowing them to get those objectives for themselves.
Yeah, and JDG now, they really want to keep those objectives to themselves. So Nova have to really set up a fight, unlike that time where they got caught like twice. First with the support and then second with Remake. So, you know, it has to be a cleaner setup here for Nova, because JDG, they are going to start looking for more opportunities to push the envelope to try to, you know, make this game a little bit easier for them. But Nian is going to do that as well. Going to take that turret up in the top lane. There's that Mega Bomb to clear that way.
Wow!
But it is going to be Long who they're going not to save. Lee Sin gets taken down. The Gragas is the one who kills him, and now they're on the Yami. The Nautilus will actually make it, but Sani's in the midst of it. He's got to get exhausted. He's got to repulse the rest of them.
Wow.
And he's got to retreat to his team. It says in the way. Nian's there today, but they won't be able to make a way into the fight. No Last Breath or Steel Tempest at all here.
A beautiful setup there by Doki. Yeah, beautiful setup there by Doki, setting up play on to Long and then immediate follow-up by the rest of the members of JDG. Nova Esports tried to collapse, but it was a good disengage as well, especially with the flank there of Sani. Now it's back on bottom lane, trying to get the pressure done onto Yitze, in which he's actually doing a really good job as well. The Aatrox isn't really doing well against the Fiora so far, especially because of the duelist itemization of Sani. So Nova Esports now has a bit of holes in their performance, and JDG is looking forward to punishing that.
Yeah, and JDG definitely are seeing the weaknesses here and are kind of sniffing them out. Nova, though, still looking to get this win, this 2-0. Look at that goal difference, though. So back and forth until just the last few minutes, where it has definitely swung into JDG, but still just by a bit. No huge differences. Still very winnable by either side.
Yeah, Nova Esports still able to catch up, especially with the split push of Nian, the control of Yitze against Sani. So things are still going a little bit well here for Nova Esports. Again, Sunny going back to the side lane pressure, Divine Sunderer, almost with that Blade of the Ruin King as well, alongside with Hullbreaker. And naturally, as the Aatrox, you don't build the Hullbreaker, so that provides Sunny more pressure build up onto the side lane, as Yitze has to build around team fighting wise. And that can be the takeaway here of JDG. Again, just allow Sunny to drag Yitze towards his location, and then JDG can actually set up a fight in which, when the Aatrox is not there, it's not going to be good for Nova Esports.
Yeah, so the thing is that Aatrox is not going to be not there, but this is a big catch onto Sunny as he got last breath, and Nian should be able to come away with a kill. Yitze was there just to help keep it secure, but Long and Yitze there getting a couple of good assists for themselves.
Yeah, really good gank there by Long and Nian. A big shutdown onto Sunny as well. Now they can maybe work around towards setting up in this bot side river. JDG still has Prio. They have set up a bit of vision as well on that Tribrush. Got the Scuttle Crab as well. Let's see, as Feba does have the package, Juju as well, we were trying to throw out those Battle Stars, but Nova Esports wants to start it up.
That Dragon is melting. That Dragon is melting. They may not have even enough time to steal it, and they will not be able to steal. There's the explosive cast, but it's onto Yitze, and he's able to make it back into the rest of his team. Now, one's going to get bullied out of the way there as Nova make their way out of the fight. Pretty free, pretty clean, pretty clear. And Yami does get slept, but a very considerate use of the wind wall there will keep him safe.
Yeah, Nova Esports being so decisive, quick thinking and quick reaction as well, taking the dragon down and being able to escape without any harm from JDG. The wind wall also provided them so much protection from the projectiles that Juju wanted to throw at them. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble, the Battle Stars, that missing as well on certain times, just is really bad here for JDG. They really need to work around it. And Yitze on the Aatrox, we saw him engaging and we saw JDG trying to respond. Not much damage was actually taken there by the Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, even though they almost had that catch, he just did not take a lot of damage at all. What is with Yami? Does he just like sleeping? Is he a sleepy boy? Because I feel you, man. I can be like that sometimes as well. But he's just been stepping in. Oh my god.
Gotta run.
And even look at how much damage just the initial hit of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble does to the remake. If he gets caught by full combo, it's night-night. Pun intended.
It's night-night. Yami as well, still able to tank a bit of that damage. Sunny going back again to his usual work in the side lanes to drag the Aatrox towards himself, but one instance in the top lane dictates that Sunny might actually be ganked by Long and Nian, so he has to be extra careful. JDG setting up vision in the top side jungle.
That's a big catch onto once, and he's gone.
Huge.
That is big for JDG. That probably is. I mean, they just took out a huge damage dealer for the side of Nova Esports, so why not just go for it now? But Nova, they are not afraid, they're not ashamed, they're going to be charging up this mid lane.
Yeah, Sunny is still going with the bot lane, so that can be 3 versus 4 into the Baron fight. JDG should start this right now, but they're paying a little too respect towards Nova Esports, especially that it is Long that can, steal out objectives. So now they transition towards top side, taking the tower down, at least a sizable win, given that one pick off towards remake.
Yeah, and they're going to be going onto once again.
Oh no.
There it is. He gets the last breath as well. They're going to pile onto this monkey. He gets exhausted. There's a Sonic Wave. And Nian is going to make his way over there. Cyclone will not prevent you from being taken to your grave, as Lee Sin is the one who takes him. But there's a Mega Inferno bomb to keep the minions away. The top lane turret will not live to see another day. Yami's gonna be there to come and intercept, as long as well with the Guardian Angel. He is going to get explosive casts away. But
Nian is here.
There. Yes, Nian is on the top side as well, going up against Juju. So this is a fight on two fronts, and now Doki's gonna get Sonic Wave. He goes into stasis as Juju is trying to annoy Nian with his own stasis, and Sandy's in. He's out of the fight. He gets taken out by Long, and he says good night. Now Yitze going to get slept. The World Ender will not be ending anyone's life just yet.
Really good take there by Nova Esports. Started off with a kill onto one, to now they're starting up the Baron. Can Doki, Juju, and Feibai get this?
Long is so low.
No jungler.
No jungler, but Long is very low. They could just burst him down. And they will actually not get the smite. It's still Yitze that takes it though, and there's another kill onto Once. Or not
Once is here?
There's Once.
That's
there.
too greedy.
He just waltzed into the fight, and yeah,
What?
a little bit too greedy. He got immediately taken
That
out.
was weird.
And Nova gets another kill, and unfortunately, that is gonna be difficult for JDG to compete against.
Yeah, JDG flipping out a bit. Once died earlier and then went for a teleport play, tried to get into the Baron pit despite the Baron already taken out. Now he's dead again, and Dopa Esports says, okay, let's take Elder. And that's a big, crucial mistake here by JDG. Suddenly, two crucial objectives are taken by Nova Esports just because of that weird movement there by Once.
Yeah, no Baron, no Elder. Now Nova can hunt, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be sieging, they're going to be pressuring, and they're going to be taking the fight to JDG. And they, at the end of this Baron power play, I think we can expect like at least one, probably two inhib turrets going to get taken away here for JDG, because look where Remake already is as well. Look at these towers falling one by one. And the slow crawl here. Oh, Long's gonna get jumped on almost. Mega Inferno Bomb deleting the clone. But just the clone, though he gets knocked up. But look at the damage that these guys are doing due to the Elder Drake.
Yeah, this is definitely not worth it. This is not the fight that JDG signed up for. Nova Esports now dictating everything, setting up all the lanes.
Oh, that is a big impressive play, but there's a stasis to deny it. And Long's going to be able to flash away. The second inhibitor turret falls to the ground. And now it's all up to the top one. Sandy's there, but he gets knocked up. Yitze on the prowl as Yami forces his way in. Remake's going to be there too, and Remake will take his turret down if that's the last thing he'll ever do. But the last thing that Once will do is actually Cyclone as he gets away back to the fountain. The rest of the team is not going to go down. It is going to be Long who dies first, and Yitze gets one. It's a 1-for-1 so far. The Elder procced and did that 15% execution damage. But for now, the Nexus stands for JDG.
But it's basically game over, right? Nova Esports got all the towers already, all the inhibitor towers. The only thing they need to do right now is go back to their base, cash in for those items, and here we see just a, well, we already know what will happen since they do have the Baron, they do have the Elder Dragon as well. Once again, just going in, trying to go with a desperation play, but without any damage, without any follow-up, what can you actually do? And JDG, they have been struggling so much just because of that 1-2 crucial throw that Once actually had. He got ganked in the mid lane, tried to stall it for JDG to push top lane, that transitioned into a weird fight that allowed Nova Esports to get Baron. And that should have been it. But Once engaged again, despite the Baron already taken down by Nova Esports, that allowed Nova Esports to take the Elder Drake. And now it's almost game over for JDG. So, I don't know. What do you do now? Sunny is alone.
Yeah,
try to work around with split push, but if things, all towers are just pushed out, what can the Fiora do?
Yeah, and then you're gonna have to compete with super minions too while you're trying to split push. Yeah, no thanks. That's gonna be a hard no from the Aatrox there as well. Yitze ready to just jump on him whenever he can, and that's exactly what he's gonna be doing. The Grand Challenge has been issued as well, but Sandy's taking a lot of damage, and he gets immediately deleted by the third hit of the Q plus an auto attack. Yitze 1-for-0. Now he gets the push, and that does threaten the base of JDG now, but they have gotten the caught onto Long. His GA pops, but he's not gone yet. Neon on the back. He gets one into the last breath, but the stasis will keep Juju alive, but it's a Sonic Wave. Sorry for you as Long takes it down. But Remake and Yitze are just going to be on the Nexus. They don't care about that fight. They don't care about who's going to win that, because they're going to win the rest of the game. Nova 2-0.
2-0 victory. Such a decisive swing around here by Nova Esports, and JDG just simply can't keep up with the momentum here of Nova Esports. And it does make a lot of sense. I mean, they're torn between two pieces here. Either take away the champions of Nova Esports and try to fill the roles, or go with their comfort picks. They tried to redeem their initial draft in game number 1, but we just saw a deja vu of that game number 1. And it's just such a difficult factor that Once died twice prior to the Baron fight and prior to the Elder take there of Nova Esports. I think JDG could have had a good chance there Against Nova Esports, Sane was already split pushing, making the Ju work. They already unlocked top lane. An inhibitor tower was taken down. But after the Baron take of Nova Esports, once engaged, and that was just so devastating for JDG. Definitely there will be a meeting for that, and a lesson, a hard lesson learned there by Once and the rest of JDG.
That's true. And I mean, if you look at it this way, right? Once died twice, and that led to us not getting game number 3, which leads to JDG's win streak of 4 being broken, but that is going to be the 5th win for Nova Esports. So it seems like everything is coming into place here. Just looking at the number puns, but of course looking at the stats instead of the funny numbers. This gold difference, look at that big swing.
Massive swing. Just after that one mishap, crucial mishap by Once.
Yeah.
A hard lesson for him and the rest of JDG, definitely not to be repeated again. And it is tough to actually go against Nova Esports. Only a couple of teams were able to actually take them down, and they're having such a solid performance even in this game. The Yasuo of Neon is still undefeated 2-0, and despite JDG normally winning against Aatrox, we saw it twice happening here. Nova Esports beating them with the same champion as well, as Yitze and Long just performed so many. Two different players as well, just performing so well in this entire series.
Yeah, and I mean, Yitze and Long just played Aatrox pretty flawlessly, just the way that he was meant to be played. So I'm not sure that JDG should be thinking that it's okay to just leave the Aatrox open if you're not going to just properly pay attention to it, because they really didn't do that. They kind of like had a draft that could deal with Aatrox in the end, but they did not consider the fact that Aatrox can just get stronger, that so much strong that you're not really ready to deal with him no matter what you draft. And that's what they didn't take into account, is unfortunately Yitze and Long both got pretty fed on that Aatrox, and yeah, that's going to be it for that win streak of JDG.
Yeah, it's a hard lesson for JDG. We can't help but feel bad about that circumstance that happened to them, especially in that last part of the fight. Once dying, I mean, intentions-wise, it was actually good for JDG, but the execution is just a little bit bad there onto Once and the rest of JDG. Could have gone either way. It could have gone towards game number 3, in which they could have, came back and do a reverse sweep, but it is what it is. Nova Esports is the one that won in a decisive manner, and the MVP is gonna be Yitze with his Aatrox. Again, it is kind of expected already, given the matchup, given his performance, and also just decisive movements every time they go into a fight. We also finally got that 1v1 kill against Sunny at the very end, since they got the Baron.
Exactly. Yeah, they did. And big props to Yitze as well, being, not buckling to the pressure of his lane opponent, even though it was a Fiora. And, he just played a really clean game. Aatrox as he is meant to be seen, and as he's meant to be played. And, a lot of teams have really, even when they pick up Aatrox, they have not been doing him all that justice, even with the nerfs, because he still is a very strong champion, nearly unkillable. You just need to be able to get him to that point.
Yeah, next up, we are going to be having Rare Atom versus FPX. A bit of a David versus Goliath matchup here. FPX still is really strong. Rare Atom sitting at a bit of the bottom bracket of the CN conference. Let's see how it's going to be turning out.
Yeah, and with that, we will be taking a little bit of a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because me and Guillaume will be right back here for match number 2. I'll see you in a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once. and half of the teams from the other conference ones. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's item items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. I'm G coming at you, with me is Giyang, and we just saw Nova go for a pretty convincing 2-0 against JDG. Now we are in match number 2 of the day.
And it's going to be FPX going up against Rare Atom. Interesting enough, we talked about this a while ago, and FPX does have a better standing chance against Rare Atom, as well. Rare Atom is so far having so much difficulty, not only against the Chinese conference teams, but also in the APAC teams. And right now, we also have a bit of an update. FPX does have a new registered player, which is QF16 in the jungle. And this should give a bit of a new vibe here of FPX, as they are, coming off of a win just recently against KT, denying them of their dominance, or at least their good strength against Chinese teams. Won against other APAC teams as well, including BRU. So they're sitting pretty good compared to Rare Atom.
Interesting. A new vibe, you say. But yeah, compared to Rare Atom, anybody's kind of sitting pretty right now. They are at the bottom of our scoreboard. Rare Atom only actually found a win against Cerberus Esports, who are really not doing the best either. But FPX has gotten wins against, well, KT, who is the best of APAC right now, compared to Rare Atom's win against Cerberus, who is really not at that same level. QF16 though, how will he change FPX's established synergy and game plan? Because right now they're 50-50, 2-2 so far. Will adding QF16 make their jobs easier, or will this give Rare Atom a chance to actually strike back while FPX are still adjusting?
Because formerly it was usually Jiang Ji that is playing as their jungler, and it is also really good as well in the jungle. So now as it's going to be QF16, let's see how he is going to be standing out against Rare Atom's jungler, Morty. And well, it does change at times. You actually seen Rocky even play in the jungle. That's one of our primary concerns on the side of Rare Atom, because they usually switch their jungler, their top laner, and even their support line. We saw Rocky once play as a support, pick up the Akali and such, and it didn't really turn out well for Rare Atom. Hopefully they do patch that problem up, as they don't have any wins on blue side, very little wins on red side as well, compared to FPX that is, well, a little down on red side but still more positive on blue side.
Yeah, and I mean, they are much more positive than Rare Atom is on any side, for that matter, other than, well, the red side does look a little bit dire for FPX, but keep in mind that Rare Atom, they do have those 2 wins just in one match, and that was the match that the first match that they ever won. The only match they ever won, Cerberus Esports. They still got kicked down when Cerberus Esports played on the red side. So, maybe it is a little bit just difficult for Rare Atom to get a grasp of maybe the meta at the moment. But looking at the comparisons as well, you can see that Chao is head and shoulders above Max.
Oh yeah, we have expected that already. Basically, every single player here on the side of FPX is performing a little bit better on the side of Rare Atom. So now, as we do compare the players, it puts a lot of pressure here on the side of Rare Atom. They have to really keep their eyes onto the members of FPX at all times, try to match their momentum, and also watch out for the traps that they are going to be setting up into this game, because it's FPX. Not even if they do have losses, it's primarily because it's EDG and KBG Gaming, the top tier teams. But against the mid tier and the low tier here on the side of the CN Confidence and the APAC teams, they're sitting pretty nicely. They won even a 2-0 victory against BRU, whereas Rare Atom, they lost to Naos Esports just way back, and the only win they actually had was against Cerberus Esports, and it took them 3 games as well against a team that is not really performing that well into this tournament. So that really puts a lot of pressure here for Rare Atom in general. They have to step up, they have to improve here in this tournament, or else they're just gonna be swept away in the bottom bracket.
Yeah, and the time window is rapidly closing here for Rare Atom to really get their heads in the game and get an impressive performance in to secure their slots in the playoffs. Otherwise, as you said, they will be swept away, and FPX, they want to be the ones holding the broom here and not the ones getting swept into the dustpan, which unfortunately, unless Rare Atom pulls out something really special today, it is going to be them who are, well, dumped into the garbage.
So if you're Rare Atom, what do you do here? Do you stick with Zwimeng being in the Baron lane, or Rocky in the Baron lane? Do you try to experiment a little bit more on your roster, G10? Because for me, I don't think they should do that anymore. They just need to stick on like one roster and just go with it.
That's generally a good idea, is sticking to just one roster, building up that synergy through scrims, through your actual league games and all of that, because switching up players frequently does not allow the rest of your team to kind of have that consistent synergy that they have going if they are just one unit, and they have been one unit for a while. So I don't know whether or not their subs would be frequent here for Rare Atom, but I don't know. Maybe on the other hand, they could be more comfortable switching themselves out in the middle of a match, which you never know. But for now, we do have our fight for side, which is, if you guys have not been paying attention, is the 1v1 at the start of the match, where two players will be facing off in the Howling Abyss for a first to 2 kills deathmatch. And it's going to be Max from Rare Atom versus the new guy, QF16 from FPX.
I'm actually excited about this because normally we do see Sky or Fado performing or playing in the fight for side for FPX, and again we will have Charles here, our host.
充满活力的 RA 面对老牌劲旅 FunPlus 强强对碰，会为我们带来怎样的惊喜？答案即将揭晓。下面就让我们欢迎 Royal Atom 以及 FunPlus Phoenix。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Charles. The second game is between RA and FunPlus. The dynamic RA faces the old brand FunPlus. And what kind of surprises will the strong encounter bring? The answer is about to be revealed. Now let's welcome Real Atom and FunPlus Phoenix.
"吾有上将秦风16，尔等岂敢放肆！"
打你们就随便玩玩了。
I was having so much energy there against Rare Atom, and yeah, let's see how
he morphed into the what was it called, the mecha to fight the kaiju.
Well, Rare Atom, I'm still a little bit worried for them, honestly. Hopefully they do patch their mistakes up, and well, we haven't really seen Kung Fu Panda play that much. Normally we do see Irma being the one to play for them, so it's been a while actually.
First in the solo lane, RA Rocky.
But a welcome return as well. So Rocky and Fado coming out here 11 and 88. I like the similarity in their numbers.
FPX just being fierce looking here again, at least on Fado's side. Let's see if the rest of the members will just... Nah, never mind. QF16 all smiles. Or never... He changed it. Oh, hearts for Morty. And the thumbs up, give your hearts sign here.
Now in the mid lane,
QF16 looking a little bit unsteady, a little bit shaken perhaps. That he's the... Ooh, a big gentlemanly bow there. Very cool. And SkyFL actually 27. That's my number as well. So that's cool.
Was Irma gonna be the one playing again in the mid lane as well? Is very tall as well.
最后有请双方辅助登场。
A13 with the number 13 as well on his jersey.
RA Max, FunPlus, Chao.
I think they are just all allowed to go for whatever number that they like. Unlike in other sports, if somebody else has that same number, you have to.
All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the world.
It is kind of nice because it's more unique to have your gamer tag be your identification, and then just have your number be a little extra information, a little kind of Easter egg about you, instead of that being your identification.
If you're to be a player, G10, well, what will be your number? Will it be 10?
No. It'll be 27.
Oh, why 27?
Because I was born on the 27th of a certain month. And I really like that number because it's 3 to the 3rd power, so 3 cubed is 27. So it's 3 times 3 is 9, and 9 times 3 is 27.
Huh. That's interesting. 27. It's the first time I've heard someone liking that number. It has a lot of substance on it as well. So you're on the 27th. All those fans of G10, take note of that. And in here,
it's G27 now.
G27. Well, if we add our names, because you're G10, I'm GG.
G,
So
yeah.
it's technically G12 when we cast together.
Yeah, that's true. G12. That's good. That's nice.
12 stacks of randomness at times. Just like the Spike per side, it's the heroes, the champions that they pick up sometimes are random. We saw
Twitch one time.
Twitch that actually won, interesting enough, against a Cannon. So maybe QF16, as he is new here on the side of FPX, can show a new face as well. Maybe a brand. I would love that.
It would be very cool to see a brand. And I mean, jungle brand was a thing before in PC League of Legends. I'm not sure if it ever took off in Wild Rift. But Max and QF16 gonna have another honorable showdown where neither person can see. They're gonna pick Lee Sin, and let's see if either one of them picks the Nova skin, because that didn't go so well for, well, Nova's own fight for side earlier. Though they did win the match at least.
Yeah, QF16 versus Max right here. Let's see if Rare Atom can get the side selection priority, or will it be FPX? At times you do see them winning the fight for side. A bit of a high win rate on FPX, honestly. So let's see if Rare Atom can actually keep up. It would be interesting, as QF16 is a new member here on the side of FPX, and now they're sending him out as a frontline here in the fight for side, relying on him solely for their side selection. A big respect, a big responsibility as well.
Yeah.
The fight for side is going to be very important for our playoffs sooner or later.
Yeah, because fight for side, I really like this gimmick. It's one of the cooler ones to determine who does have side selection priority. And it's just because, you know, usually it's, what is it? It's a coin toss or rock, paper, scissors situation. No. Here, you actually play the game. You send one of your best dudes to play the game, and then you go for it, right? And it's a 1v1. It's the purest form of competition here between two players. So, you know, I am very, very transfixed that this is our kind of mechanic here in the WRLA.
Yeah, Lee Sin versus Lee Sin, a classic. And we have seen a good performance a while ago by same champion versus same champion. You know, Lucian versus Lucian by Yitze and Sani. So maybe later on we can see another mirror matchup in our game number 3. Keep us gaming and JT. Let's try to manifest
Starting off already. A little bit of a trade there, favoring QF16.
Oh, this is to be expected already. There is a slight chance that this would reach towards sudden death, because the sustain of both is quite high, though Max and QF16 are already low. Ignite has been used as well, just to negate some of the healing as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit dicey, a little bit spicy there, as QF16 does hit level 2. He gets it first, and Max just gets it out now. That does mean that both of them will have their Q and E. Sonic Wave Safeguard. No, it's not. Sorry, it's Max has his Q and E, but QF16 has his Q and W. So this could be a little spicy. QF16 did go for the shield and life steal, so in a straight 1v1, if they're just hitting each other, he could have the upper hand. But if Max hits level 3 first, which he will, it's kind of useless now.
Okay, right off the bat, G10, decide. Bramble Vest or Executioner's Calling here for the Lee Sins?
Bramble Vest!
Bramble Vest, let's go.
Come on.
I love that you voted for Bramble Vest. I prefer
makes
that
more
item.
Sense to me.
We saw
really
more
makes
success with it too.
Yeah, like statistically it like makes sense, and Executioner's Calling is very conditional on you being good, right? But if you're bad, hold on, just like QF16 may have bit off a little bit more than he could chew there. He was a little bit bad there versus Max, and Max will be able to get the heal as well. But as I was saying, yeah, if you're like bad, the Bramble Vest will cover more of your mistakes because it does give you more damage reduction.
Kind of like if you hit more, then Executioner's Calling. If you get hit more, then Bramble Vest, right?
Exactly. That's
so
exactly
you should
what
hit
I mean.
more to deal more damage. So you
Exactly,
really
but
have to
you're not
be good.
You're not gonna be hitting all the time, and you are going to get hit at some point. So it is, I think, better to guarantee that when you are getting hit, you are not getting hit for as much, and you are doing something else while getting hit, because you don't just want to get hit for free. You want to do damage to them as well.
And Max does deal more damage in that fight earlier. KF16 did not expect the burst coming in from Max, and now he does have more items. Picked up level 5 as well. KF16 being zoned away. Oh,
it's the Sonic Wave. I don't think he's gonna go for it, because who are you gonna insect to? The tower is not there.
We have our players from Rare Atom as well, just supporting Max behind. While KF16, I think his players are just sitting down on their very own chairs. Doing a really good job. Tower.
Ooh, Max does take a little bit of damage from the tower, but he has zoned KF16 from this minion wave for so long. What a god. But KF16 with a little bit more health has found it a little bit safer to stick around this minion wave, but Max definitely going to start to push this towards KF16 or at least try to push an advantage here. He gets ignited.
Ooh,
and,
wow.
Oh, the follow-up there from Max, actually. Dragon's Rage to keep QF16 away from this wave. What is happening?
Scary.
Max is actually level 6 and QF16 is 4.
Yeah, zoning away KF16 a lot.
Oh, he's going to go for it again.
Will
Got
he?
the Sonic Wave, but he's not going to follow up. QF16 now still cannot get to that 5, that mythical level 5. That is all he needs, because Max is going to back away now that QF16 hit his power spike.
Such good wave management there by Max, zoning KF16 away from the XP as well, so that he can just push the wave and then naturally go towards the base, now picking up the Divine Thunder. Maybe a Steel Caps as well to negate some of the damage here of KF16. Let's see as we do check the items in a bit. But we can expect already a massive goal lead here by Max. Yeah, and Bramble Vest, well, we talked about the Executioner's Calling and the Bramble Vest.
Both?
Max says
why not both?
Yeah, why not? Simply because he can.
Porque no los dos, I will have them both, and you will not be able to heal at all. QF16, you're going to take a lot more damage as Exhaust is used onto Max's. Both of them still have their Dragon's Rage that can kick each other in the face. Max, though, is going to be the one who is in the minion wave, pushing it actively. QF16 is a little bit more behind, and he has a little bit worse of an item, but there's the Dragon's Rage onto both of them. The Q runs out. The tower takes Max down. QF16 able to swing that W.
Saw the expression from Max right there. Crucial mistake. His teammates also acknowledge that big oopsie. And yeah, KF16 got the better end of that. Simply because of, well, thanks to the tower as well. Focusing on Max. I believe the range was still enough to reach Max, continuously attacking him. That was just so unfortunate. Now, KF16 managed to pick up a little bit more gold. Able to get that Bramble Vest. Not really enough to get a Steel Caps or a Black Cleaver just yet, but similarly so, we do see Max actually pick up a Zhonya's here. He really doesn't want to get hit by a tower.
Yeah, I mean, that just adds to your playmaking potential, perhaps. And of course, if QF does go a little bit aggro under Max's tower, he can just pop the Zhonya's, go for the stasis play under the turret. But right now, it's not going to be under the turret. It's going to be away from it as Max gets very low, and the Ignite runs out on him. He gets Ignite onto QF16, and then he goes for the Dragon's Rage hit. But QF16 got the Hell Fought, and now he's going to get the E. That was what Max did want. He's got the Hell Fought on his side as well, but he's just going to back, because QF16 can just win this if he gets a little bit too far forward.
Well, we talked about the Executioner's Calling versus the Bramble Vest. Let's talk about the Black Cleaver versus Divine Thunder this time, because Max is not doing so well with this item. Oh!
Ooh, he risked it all! He risked it all.
I saw the laughter from Morty, I believe.
No. You tried, bro. You tried. He's not
nice
gonna be in that bush anymore. Just saw him right there, but this match is pretty much even. the way that it stands item-wise. So it's going to be QF16 who engages first. He gets him down to half health, and that stasis will not prevent your death as Max goes for the health font. The Sonic Wave is missed, and QF16 now is going to be trying to turn this one around on Max's. That is 30% on him. He gets safeguarded too, and then 2 auto attacks and a Sonic Wave. This might do as the Dragon's Rage hits onto QF16. Max is going to back in front of his face trying to bait him. QF16 though, all he needs to be is under this tower, that health font. He's just gonna bait it, and there's QF16 trying to keep Max down even through he is under tower, as well as his minions. QF16 will be able to get out of there scot-free as Max will get that Sonic Wave in, but I don't think he's gonna follow up, as the Dragon's Rage should be up for one of the two of them.
Yeah,
Max though, he's getting a little bit too confident backing QF16's face. That disrespect will not be tolerated, and it's gonna be Rare Atom.
And all seriousness as well, on the side of QF16, he did not have any other expression than a straight dead-on face. All seriousness. And the FPX will actually pick up red side for this one. They do have a really high, well, not the highest win rate, 1 out of 4 games, but they will be denying the place that Rare Atom normally wins. And on blue side, they have Rare Atom actually has no wins so far, so FPX wants to have that kind of advantage against them, and also just be very stable in getting the 2-pick prio, letting Rare Atom set the tempo up, maybe in a Senna pick, the Ziggs pick, or maybe an Aatrox, probably FPX, if they are comfortable with letting that champion open.
Yeah, but I don't think they should be letting the champion open, especially if they don't intend to play it. So, I mean, FPX, they are going to be on the red side. They will have, you know, the double champion priority. So, they can leave two champions open that are high priority, say both the Zoe and the Aatrox. Let, you know, Rare Atom have one and then try to get the other, or draft the composition better around the second high impact champion.
And actually, one of the things I'm kind of concerned about is if Rare Atom will try to remove the Riven or the Renekton away from Fado, because he is just so good on that champion. Maybe try to get that away from him, since FPX does want to secure the Ziggs Riven combination, and it's pretty common when we do see a Ziggs Riven is going to be followed up, sometimes a Garen even, just for the cleanup whenever the Mega Inferno Bomb has been casted away.
Yeah, I mean, that Mega Inferno Bomb is such a big challenge to deal with for most teams, just because, you know, it is very free damage from a very long range that hits a very large amount of people if they are grouped up, and can control space so much. And you know, you can see why Ziggs is a big priority pick for a lot of these Dragon laners, if not first, maybe second pick, because man, he really is just kind of an all-around mage that fits in every situation.
Yeah. If you're Rare Atom, what champion do you, or what draft do you post here? Do you go for a scaling one? Do you try to go for an early aggressive, like Vi, Renekton, Wukong lineup?
I think it's the right call to go for something a little bit more aggressive, but I wouldn't say Vi Renekton. Maybe Renekton Kha'Zix, and then something like a Zed or a Kali in the mid lane. So that will allow you to still keep some scaling, right? While having a jungler that's invested in making aggressive picks and really hunting for those kills. While, you know, your top lane is pretty much guaranteed to be even, if not one, with a Renekton.
Well, that kind of makes sense, right? Atom tried the Kha'Zix during their match against Cerberus Esports. Aatrox was picked up by Cerberus Esports as well, and Rare Atom actually managed to beat them down with the proper combination, the Ziggs, the Riven, and then the Kha'Zix for the isolation. They even picked up the Garen at that time, so maybe that can be the take here of Rare Atom. As they are on blue side, maybe they can try to work around that kind of lineup. and try to deny some champions here away from FPX. Similarly, the Renekton should be respected here.
Well, let's see if the Renekton is banned or will it be left open as the bans do start to come out. Where Adam first taking Shen out of the pool. Understandable. Shen is one of those champions that just gives so much utility to a team. And of course, Camille, the only other channel that is 100% pick and ban percentage. More ban than pick, really.
Do you take away the Senna here for FPX? If you're going for a Ziggs on Rare Atom, it might be important to take away some of the high sustained champions on the side of FPX, but Karma can do a lot of work as well. I think the Akali's gonna be one of the best options here for Rare Atom. Try to negate some of the highly mechanically skilled champions that FPX can just normally pick up and use against Rare Atom. So FPX now spawning maybe an Aatrox ban or maybe a Senna ban here, which is a natural ban champion here on the side of, well, on red side. Maybe the Zoe as well can be respected. We saw a lot of good plays even in the last series on JDG. Even if they lost, Juju was actually landing a lot of good battle stars and Sleepy Trouble bubbles.
Yeah, so even with that loss, it still is a champion that needs to be very much thought of and respected. But I mean, Aatrox still up here. Maybe that is what FPX is trying to bait Rare Atom into choosing, because Rare Atom going to be banning out that Fiora. And will it be the Aatrox ban? Will it be Gwen? Something else? A Ziggs ban, perhaps? We shall see, because FPX are holding their cards a little close to their chest right now, making the most use of the ban timer.
Looks like Rare Atom is excited about this. We see the smiles coming from Max and the rest of the members here of Rare Atom. Looks like might be prepped up for this. They force out the ban on the Aatrox. That leaves the Ziggs open. Rare Atom actually is gonna be picking up the Jace. Interesting enough, so this is a stable champion to be used in, well, a flex pick that we find more success in the Chinese region. FPX responding accordingly with the Nautilus. Maybe a Zoe as well, since they already have the Nautilus here.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense because it is, unless they
like the Ziggs. Yeah.
Maybe it is going to be a Ziggs angle. Yeah. We could tell. Zoe not gonna get picked up here for FPX, but that does leave it open for Rare Atom, which could be a big question mark for them, because you know, they could fit a Zoe in a comp with a Jace as well.
Good pokes for Rare Atom if ever. Good disengage with the Gragas. It can work, but it can be concerning as well given the high amount of burst that FPX will have in a proper team fight. And we can already safely assume that when there's a Ziggs, there's a Riven. And since there are on red side, they can force a Garen ban as well on Rare Atom, in which they can maybe pick up something like a Wukong for a team fight. And Rare Atom has to be really careful in their third ban. I think the deny of the Riven is a smart choice.
Yeah, well, denying the Riven does mean that it's going to go either to Irma or Marty. And that it actually might be going to Rocky if Fado wants to go with this Jax pick. So, because that is a pretty good champion to lane into Jax. Very flexible here. So not only does it take that pick away from FPX, it also gives them a way to flex and make the rest of the spick and ban a little bit more difficult for FPX.
Jax for late game. This can be a takeaway here for Rare Atom, if ever. If they can allow Rocky to win the side lane control, can be good against FPX. Try to set up the tempo here in this early game and for some team fights against FPX. Deny vision as well and take the objectives initially away from FPX. But it can be challenging. Again, the Nautilus, when addressed in a 2 versus 2, is much better than a Gragas, simply because of the amount of suppression that the Nautilus has almost three crowd controls, even including the slow, compared to a Gragas that is more of a balance engage and slow in the early game. Unless you have a cask, then you can work around for a teamfight setup. But in a 2 versus 2 prior to level 5, it can go towards FPX.
Yeah, so with FPX being a little bit more controlled here, they will need to be a lot more a lot more careful going into the early mid game. They cannot let their guard down, because once they do, Rare Atom have very powerful champions that can pounce on them in just like a second and have you get taken out. And QF16 gonna be on that Lee Sin now. The Lee Sin that he lost the fight for side with, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean that he's not
Who won the fight for side?
Yeah, he did. My bad.
Yeah.
It was Max.
Max did an oopsie right there. Black Cleaver does not do well against Divine Sunder. That is another hard lesson for our players right here. But the Xin Zhao is actually interesting. Not only do you have engage potential, but you also have disengage potential, similar to how a Gragas works with your Crescent Guard. But Rare Atom now getting another poke champion that actually works out well for teamfight. I think the Varus would be really nice, but since they don't have any AP damage just yet, the Karma just suits, fills the role. Right? Yeah, no way. It's not gonna be a cannon. It doesn't have the best success rate. We saw it already in the Wild Rift C Esports Championships. Renekton is much of a stable pick here for Rare Atom.
Yeah, Renekton definitely a great top laner to lane into the drafts as well. That's just kind of tradition at this point. That matchup has been going on for what, nearly nigh on 10 years now or so. As Jax is, that scaling champion, but he does need to have a little bit of love in the early game to get his late game fantasy going. Renekton, however, he can bully you hard in the early phases of a game, and if Jax is not able to deal with that, then, well, it is going to be so difficult for him to actually reach his scaling potential.
So it's going to be a Riven jungle. Huh, interesting. Well, the Jace can struggle against the Corki. That is laid out already multiple times here in this tournament. Can be a challenge for Irma. Let's see how he's going to be standing off against Sky here in the mid lane. Renekton versus Jax should suit better for Rocky with the help of the Gragas of Max. But it's still FPX. Again, they have superior discipline compared to the other CN Confidence teams, and they have significantly performed better compared to Rare Atom. They should put that into consideration, as despite the good lineup here of Rare Atom, it can be a big takeaway if they screw things up.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. FPX, on paper, they win this match 2-0. On paper, right? So this is their matchup to lose. Rare Atom, they really have to be innovative in it, because there's two ways that people usually say it, but they have to be innovative and really bring something that is not expected here by FPX. And on the other hand, FPX, they just have to not screw up their great game plan, and they should be fine. So that really tells you a lot about the difference between the skill of these two teams.
Oh yeah, we already see a bit of a fight here in the bottom lane, but that's the battle for the first wave. Irma already chunked down low by Sky. That is a little concerning. Max trying to get some vision here onto KF16. Now they know that he's starting blue side. Pathing towards red will take a while. Maybe in the 3rd minute he will be there. So FPX now focusing on getting some vision and also just trying to provide that foundation for Fado into the top lane, but without a fight as well here in the mid lane first.
Yeah, it's a little scrap in the mid lane. Now Chow's gonna be following Max around. Whoopsie daisy, ring around the rosy. The supports are just going to act kind of like second jungle.
Wow, cool.
This is how they do it. Ooh, that's actually a pretty smart wave management there from Fado, but he will spend his Counter-Strike a little bit early. Has to get that heal. Chow's going to be here to support him now, as Max takes a tiny bit of damage, but Fado is just going to be completely okay.
The person I'm concerned about here is Irma. Because, okay. Whoa,
you should be concerned about Rocky spending his flash there. Trying to get to KF16.
Yeah, KF16 just being stable there. He just wanted to get that Scuttle Crab, but Fado take a bit of damage there. Max as well.
Max and jump it onto Rocky too. That Crocodile's going to be taking a lot of damage down to about 20% health. He's going to heal up with the Honey Fruit, of course, but FPX, they do know when they can jump on people. They're very attuned to their, their potential, their damage potential. And they can come in and
the flash
come in right here onto Morty. Morty has ultimate though, and he will use his wind slash already.
Oh no!
He's incredibly low, but he will live. It's the Nautilus that falls for the first blood.
Yeah, they got a little bit too deep there, and Rare Atom just simply punished them. The tower damage is significantly high, especially in the early game, and FPX did not respect that, resulting to the first blood of Rare Atom. And KF16 also got too far forward right there. Fado was so low, despite him winning a little bit there in the trade against Morty. The flash in by the Nautilus isn't really enough because Fado was already out of the equation. Despite Morty being low, diving under the tower is never going to be worth it if you don't have any way to kill your opponent. But Corki actually got a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, speaking of getting a kill, Chao now trying to defend himself. SkyFL is going to live as well. But that is still going to be a Rare Atom getting more kills across the board.
Net profit here for Rare Atom. We're seeing 1,000 gold lead rising up here on the side of this blue side team. And FPX, they have, well, one answer just yet. Mid lane, it is a bit expected already that Sky will take control in the mid lane against Irma given the Jace Corki matchup. But not like that. So Irma has to play this out much more safely if he doesn't want to be that hole or that weak point here on Rare Atom. Because so far, side lane is doing well. We see Yuri winning in the bot lane against A13. Max and Rocky as well doing well into the top lane. Let's check out that replay and how it actually happened. Chao was in here. So maybe the dredge line connecting and then just a simple follow-up. Depth charge as well, just for the cherry on top. Despite Morty and Max being there, there's nothing really that they can do except for getting that trade-off onto Chao since Sky is so safe.
Fado's jumping on them once again, and look at that. Rock is already low. He pops the Dominus, but will it be too little too late as Fado gets ignited? He is incredibly low. He gets taken out by Max and Rocky. He does know that he can just re-engage, but Max flashes out of range, and that is going to be another kill for the Rare Atom in the top lane.
4-1 now. It's looking good here for Rare Atom. Almost a 3,000 gold lead at a 4-minute mark. Now they're prepped up for the first objective. They can maybe get the RH first and then just apply vision into the bot side river since Yuri is a little bit there. So his job can be just stalling out FPX as they get that RH, deny it from the Ziggs, and then use it in the mid lane. Because it's already low. A 1700 HP remaining on that tier 1 tower is going to be really bad here for FPX.
Yeah, FPX really need to kind of step it up a little bit. I mean, they did not even get priority on the Dragon or the Herald here. They are just now headed to the Dragon, which is up and starting it, but they really should have been there when the rest of
Irma's here.
Rare Atom was starting the Herald, but the Irma is going to be on that Jace, and he is gonna get on the SkyFL, but big Mega Inferno Bomb will take the Gragas down. He
here comes Morty.
Overextended and turn around. Morty's gonna be here though. He will try to flash and steal it, and he will be successful, getting both big objectives in one fell sweep.
What? That was
and
just
the
so
turret.
Good. And the tower in the mid lane, and the second charge as well. That is so much good things happening here on the side of Rare Atom, and FPX, they have no answers. This is surprising. Again, Rare Atom is a team that has been struggling against almost all teams that they come across. But now we're seeing a much more solid performance by them. This is what we've been asking, G10. And they're giving it right now. But hold on to our hats for the time. It's still just the early game. And in here, we We saw the big burst around onto the Gragas. There's nothing that Max can actually do at that point. He just tried to stall things down, and it did work there for Morty, because when he flashed in, bang! Got the smite in, denied it from QF16, and got also a charge into the mid lane that allowed them to get the kill, or get the tower taken down.
And the new guy on FPX being a little bullied here by the big bad Rare Adam. So what can Rare Adam actually do to keep this lead? Quite a bit. And what they're going to do is they're going to pressure the side lanes now. You got Irma on the bot lane. You got the Renekton at top. And this is just going to be very, very different now for FPX, because usually, you know, while they are used to playing from behind, they're not used to playing from behind against Rare Adam.
And Rare Adam does have a really good early game composition. Fado gonna get engaged here. No counter strike.
Trying to flash away. Yeah, counter strike did not stun, and he is going to go under the turret. Gets the shield will keep him alive, and his ultimate as well. So the resistance has actually helped him live there. That does mean that FPX
dead again.
Be able to get a little bit of a tower trade here. Irma's dead again.
Yeah, not the best performance by Irma here. Again, the Jace matchup against Corki is established already, but not like this. It's becoming the weak spot here of Rare Atom. Despite the efforts of them making a lot of plays in the top side, mid, and even the jungle in the dragon fight earlier, if this keeps on happening, it's just going to be really bad. Goes with a Sky fall, and then he just fell into the ground. 4 people actually invested there in the bottom lane, so not too much deficit here for Rare Atom, since they made a lot of work in the top lane. Got a tower there as well. Net profit still here for Rare Atom.
Yeah, but Fado, it was really good that he was able to bring so much
Dominus
towards him, and it didn't even come into a kill. But Dominus will be jumped on.
That's weird.
That Crocodile will not live. And yeah, that was a weird activation, but the rest of Rare Adam, they're going to be coming into this fight with high attention. As SkyFL is going to be in the back, going for another attack. There's Mega Inferno Bomb onto 4. I think it was 3, but Fado comes in, and look at Hellfire's melting now. And that is the Riven down. Max is going to run. Yuri and Irma are also going to get away here, but that is FPX with 2 clean kills for themselves.
Yeah, FPX having a better standoff there. They know that they can just turn on to Rocky when the moment he popped in the Dominus. They have full vision in that Triburst as well, so having to get a burst down onto the Renekton was huge there, negating one front line from Rare Atom. They know that they can just continue to work around in another team fight. Now they are able to capitalize on that moment, able to come back a little bit in terms of gold. What's next though for FPX?
That's a good question, because FPX, after winning that fight, they should have a little bit more confidence. They should be able to set up more things here, especially with this Herald now up and the rest of Rare Adam going towards it. They can definitely try to fight this one or try to bait Rare Adam. They actually have baited Rare Adam into stopping the Rift Herald by forcing them to respond to a mid take, and that just buys a lot of time for Fado in the bot lane. And yeah, even though the Red Hitter is going to be here, he can just attract so much attention that it gives FPX such a huge macro advantage.
That was just 4 hits.
See the macro advantage. There's a little bit of a scuffle. There's Morty almost gets caught, and Max is in a little bit of a pickle. He goes golden, but will not survive the barrage of stuff being thrown at him. It was the spear that took his life. So you have 16, a little bit
look at the item of Morty here. Has a Bloodthirster. Well, it might help a little bit with the life steal, but I'm not sure if it's going to be very, very effective in terms of in team fights. I mean, he has to really time himself to get that burst damage and also negate some with the shield and the healing. FPX doing a lot of work right now against Rare Atom, and now passing towards the dragon. Sky will have his package, and Rare Atom has to be really careful here in this bot side river.
Yeah, speaking of being careful, Rare Atom have to be incredibly careful and very on their toes to not let Chao get a good dredge line in, because that could be the difference between life and death here. If Rare Atom can find the perfect entry, or whether or not FPX can come in on their own terms, because they do have a Jax that can come in from the bottom, as well as a Renekton for the side of Rare Atom.
Yeah,
that
Morty.
maybe where the fight can break out now.
Oh, this is good for FPX. Sending out the RA so that they can have leverage into taking this dragon. Where Atom has to go in here blind. I mean, they have that Scuttle Crab take from a while ago. But look at the angles here of FPX. They have full surrounding onto them. They have no way to enter. They engage.
Yeah, Chow's already in there, and the big Mega Inferno bomb almost gets a kill, but it will be secured by Sky FL.
Morty?
And Morty tries to flash in, but the Dragon's not even low. He's going to Hail Mary it, but he didn't get the steal this time, though, as Rocky jumps in. He's almost dead, and he gets finished off. Another one left for dead. FPX takes everything, and Yuri gets away. But yeah, a disaster for Rare Atom today.
An absolute upset here on Rare Atom. Irma got taken out too early into that fight, and then Morty tried to go in with the flash, but then didn't get that dragon for himself. Instead, he gave a kill towards FPX. A dragon and a tower now into the mid lane. Suddenly, from a 4,000 gold lead from Rare Atom, now we're seeing a 2,000 gold lead by FPX. Look at how they were actually able to get in onto Irma. Immediate burst down. No way for him to actually survive. Rocky tried to be a hero. But again, this is one of our concerns. You're a Riven that has a Bloodthirster. You're not going to be able to survive that much. Despite the efforts of Rocky as well. Going in there, since they lost the dragon already and they lost a lot of members, no amount of damage can actually take down FPX. And it just resulted disastrously for Rare Atom.
Yeah, that was a big oopsie there for Rare Atom. Morty really has to find a better way to get into these fights, or maybe better timing, or they could just be a little bit more, oh well, hold that thought, if somebody gets caught, and it will be the Jace whose demises have been brought as Rocky falls down. That's 2 kills again, and FPX QF16 onto Max. Then he goes golden into stasis. Will that save him? No. As Vic Corky gets that kill, and another Baron is called, yo.
Oh man. There's nothing that they can do. Fado is just split pushing here in the bottom lane. Not scared at all onto Morty. Look at him go in.
He's gonna go on to Yuri and get the kill on the Karma. The Riven couldn't do anything.
It's like, Morty, what?
Right there under the tower. Fado with the shield may even live here. He's got the counter strike, and the stasis will deny that though.
Oh,
and he
Baron!
gets a Baron and the stasis too.
No,
Morty's
like
playing
this.
a very dangerous game of peekaboo, but yeah, not like this. He gets slain by the other two.
It doesn't even matter if Fado died. He got the inhibitor tower in the bottom lane. He got the kill onto Yuri. And they got the Baron. Since they invested so much into taking him down, look at the gold difference over time. Swinging towards FPX. It's just so bad right now for Rare Atom. Such a disaster. So sad for them as well. They couldn't come back from this anymore. I don't see a way into this. Irma's just so behind in this game that they can rely on him the whole time. He's pretty much negligible. Look at the damage from the accelerated shock blast.
Yeah,
just a scratch on QF16.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is very difficult for RA to get back into the game. And look at how much siege potential FPX have compared to them. And man, Skyfell just going to start melting that tower as well.
Look at this guy's 704. And he got like 3-4 kills. 3 kills, I believe, onto Irma.
That is a lot of kills onto your lane opponent. And I mean, that is 3 out of 4 then. Rocky goes into Dominus trying to bait Corky into coming up near him, but Skyfell is wise to these tricks, and both of those outer towers go down. They're now sieging onto the remaining inhib turrets while the Jack split pushes in the back.
Oh
so
no,
while the rest of them are trying to defend, there's another catch onto the Jace at the end. Irma goes down once more as Fado split pushes in the bottom, then goes for the back door. There's the jump onto the Renekton. The Crocodile's gone.
Man,
Max and Morty fall back to the Nexus. There's a
Irma.
defense. Yuri is gonna try something else.
What
as
can you
QF16 is there as well. FPX, they are going to slowly choke the space down, but Max is trying to jump in. So is Irma. And sorry, not Irma, but that Riven is dead anyway because, well, Yuri and Max were not there at all. The Nexus is just going to fall very soon, but not before QF16 does himself. And at the very end of that, FPX get 1 for their record.
That was disgusting, I would say. Rare Atom had them in the early game. They had them in the early game, but we were concerned about Irma. He was dying all the time in the mid lane, in the bottom lane, getting ganked a lot of times, and 3 times even in the dragon fight, in the base, he always gets caught. That he became like the weak point here, the weakest link at the side of Rare Atom. That was really disastrous for them. We saw more discipline on the side of FPX, working around their struggle into the top lane when Fado was consistently being ganked. They worked around Sky, getting the kills onto Irma, and when they got the better positioning in one of the dragon fights, it just was such a clean massacre that they did against Rare Atom, in which Morty even got baited out to commit onto that steal, but didn't turn out well for them. Transitioned into a 4-kill plus dragon plus tower, an immediate turnaround of gold, and then no comeback anymore from Rare Atom.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with that lead in the early to mid game, Rare Atom just not was able to hold on to it. They made quite a few mistakes. They really did. And it was their game to lose at that point, so lose it they did. Look at how abruptly that gold lead swung.
Yo,
and
Max did more damage.
Yeah, Max did quite a lot more damage than Irma even.
That was such a sad game for Irma. The way that FPX bullied him all game long was so devastating. And that's a problem when you pick a Jace quite early into the match, right? You have to go in blind. There are two champions that can be used against him, the Corki and the Lucian. We saw the Corki here by Sky just doing so well, 7-1-6 compared to the 1-5 score of Irma. Definitely a big upset here on the side of Rare Atom. But to think that they were already dictating the flow of the game in the early game was fascinating to see. We were surprised even to see them getting the kills and making a lot of outplays, but then we saw the weak point of them. Then we saw the punishment of FPX working around, beating the same bruised corner there, or bruised part of Rare Atom, and that paved the way for them to just win the fights and objectives in the game.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a weak point, you're a weak point. That's why, the people target you, and that just kind of happened there. Unfortunately, to Irma, he just did not perform adequately. He wasn't in the right places most of the time. He was getting picked off, and really was kind of the first line, not of defense, but just like the first line of meat there for the rest of his team. And once he was gone, I mean, Rare Atom couldn't really engage then. They didn't really have a clear line to try to engage anybody unless it was a surprise pick, and then they were able to get that Gragas to maybe try to go for an insect explosive cask or something like that. But then, all of that being said, they did still have a lead at the start. They just were not very good at extending it against a team such as FPX.
This is why we are concerned about when a team picks up a Jace. It's kind of like a coin flip, and especially in the APAC region, right? But in here, Rare Atom had that kind of experience as well on Irma. Not really the best performance, and exact opposite for Sky. 7-1-6, 26 damage, 26% damage as well as a 76% kill participation. Massive dominance in the mid lane, and definitely gave Irma a nightmare.
Yeah, a run for his money and a half. So, I mean, SkyFL, you just saw how much damage he was doing, and yeah, he was flawless that game basically, and that is the dream you have of a mid lane Corki.
I wonder how they are going to be adjusting here on the side of Rare Atom. Will they have Irma pick up a stable champion like a Garen or a Renekton into the mid lane instead, or maybe try to go with another Jace? Let's see. Let's find out.
Yeah, and as we find out, we'll be taking a little bit of a short break before the next game, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere because you are still watching the WRL AMG 10. This is Giang, and we'll see you after the break for game number 2.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. all matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we are in game number 2 now of, well, what we thought was going to be one-sided between FPX and Rare Atom. It turns out Rare Atom actually can fight back. Unfortunately, it's still FPX with match point.
They started out strong in the early game, but came out a little bit weak towards the late game, and especially because of the performance there, or how FPX was able to find a weak spot onto them, which was Irma, targeting him a lot of times, beating him down, rendering him useless the entire game. So that can be a concern here for Rare Atom. Should they be putting him into a different champion, maybe a Garen, into the mid lane so that he can just be stable in split pushing? Maybe survivability will be increased as well instead of the Jace. What do you think, G10?
They could still go for the Jace. I mean, it's not really a bad champion for Irma. It's just the Jace. You do need to be pretty, skilled to use it, for one. Secondly, you have to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't think Irma has that kind of aggression, so maybe if he was on something like let me think now. When they won, Irma was on a Garen, on a Corki, and on a Wukong. So he could go for something like a Garen if he has trust in the rest of his teammates, and maybe just be like a front line, because that's what he essentially was in the last game anyway. So if he's not going to be like a key member of their win condition, a key item in their win condition, then maybe he can just be a big tank in the mid lane that doesn't die to anybody.
And we talked about this position of Rare Atom as well during or prior to the series. If they are on red side, they have a chance to maybe pick up the Ziggs and the Nautilus for themselves if ever FPX does go with the Zoe. And they should have a chance to maybe pick up the Ribbon and the Garen as well. And that can be a solid, lineup to be built here by Rare Atom to try and push this to game number 3. But let's see if FPX is gonna be giving them the opportunity to do so, because they have first pick prio, right? So if they pick up the Ziggs, then the whole plan is over.
yeah.
Or maybe they can go for Varus,
Yeah, Varus is also very, very good. We have seen him absolutely launch piercing arrows that pierce right into your heart. But another archer that maybe should be considered is an Ashe, but who is not going to be coming out is Zoe. This does leave, quite a few champions still open. There is still the Aatrox threat, which Adam I don't think is going to let by. Don't let FPX first pick Aatrox.
Well,
FP stands for first pick and X stands for Aatrox.
Okay. This gives me the vibe of Rare Atom during their match against Cerberus Esports game number 1. They let the Aatrox be picked. They pick up the Nautilus and the Ziggs. That should be the take here for them. And actually, they will be able to get the Riven and the Garen as well. Maybe the Kha'Zix here for Morty too. And a big amount of burst damage to take down the Aatrox. But Jace, again, really? Is this the path that Rare Atom wants to go? I mean, it can make sense. They want to redeem the Jace here towards Irma, but if FPX just gets another Corki, then Sky can just beat him down again.
Yeah, and I think Sky may be looking for that angle, maybe, but I'm kind of thinking about it, because if it's going to be QF16 on this Aatrox and then A13 on the Ziggs, does he want to be on the Corki as well? I mean, that will, give them very limited tankiness in the front. Although there is a Galio here, possibly for the likes of Chow, there is still not a lot of beef going to be in the front if SkyFL does choose to pick up a Corki.
Okay, I'm trying to find a way, find a reason why Rare Atom picks up Jace in here instead. Maybe they're pathing towards a Varus in the Dragon lane. That should be it, right? Because if they pick the Kha'Zix, okay, they have a burst towards the Aatrox if ever he does get isolated. Maybe a threat towards the Ziggs as well. But FPX will now have a chance to ban the Varus and the Karma. And that leaves almost no options here for Rare Atom. Maybe an Ashe? But I don't think that's the way to go here if you're Rare Atom, because you're lacking magic damage.
Lux is also a thing. Lux is a thing that can be picked up. Karma's still up. Karma can do surprising amounts of damage, even though she is not as long range as something like a Corki. But, there is still a Corki possibly here for Rare Atom. If they want to pick that up against the Ziggs, it could be a pretty decent matchup, all things considered.
Yeah, Corki can be picked up by Rare Atom, but that will give FPX the Lucian into the mid lane against the Jace. So it's still going to be the similar scenario. Lucian going to be taken away, so Corki can be taken now by Rare Atom. Things are starting to make more sense to me in this matchup or the picks and bans here of Rare Atom. If they pick the Corki, they deny the counter towards the Jace. Maybe they can pick another front line as well for their Baron lane, possibly a Renekton to have at least some stability. Whoa.
Please.
We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, we did. And I want to see more of it.
Oh.
I want to see more of it.
Will we see it?
See more of that Zeri, dude. Because, yesterday was the first time we saw the Zeri in the hands of Z from Thunder Talk, right? And no, it's not gonna be her, unfortunately. But it would have been cool to see Irma on the Zeri. But yeah, I did mention Lux, and Lux will be picked up.
FPX says, alright, let's hover this for a while. Let's make Rare Atom a little bit nervous here. In this second pick phase. Yo.
Lulu.
When we see Lulu, it's an immediate Vayne or a Kaisa.
How is that going to be the angle, though? Because it would have been a Lulu top. They already have the bottom lane. But no, it's going to be Fado on this. Yeah, it's just going to be a Fiora and then a Akali. I like this. It's so aggressive from FPX.
Basically
standard.
So
much damage on the board.
They have entry towards the back line with the Akali and the Fiora and the Aatrox as well. Stand United would be, or the Hero's Entrance rather, will be massive here for Chow and then Mega Inferno Bomb. Pretty simple composition here for FPX. And they have a lot of ways to work around team fights as well. Rare Atom with the Lux, I'm gonna be a little bit concerned here. we don't really see that much success with this champion. Oftentimes you see it being just struggling. And well, it is a really good respect, I mean, with the Ziggs, right? You pick up a lock so that you can just use your shield to negate most of the damage that the Mega Inferno Bomb deals onto your team. But in terms of success of it in the tournament, we haven't really found that yet. Most of the time, we do see more on the Varus, more on the Karma, or even the Zoe, perhaps. And that's my only concern here. Just because of how people or teams or players are struggling using this champion when in high pressure moments.
Yeah, I mean, there are easier champions to use, but if it's what you pick, that is your decision to go with into the game, and as we like to say here in the Philippines, gusto mo yan. So make the most of it. You know what I'm saying? It's FPX versus Rare Atom game number 2. The story here is the tale of the tape. FPX is at match point. They have a very damage forward composition, and Rare Atom, not exactly the top of the top here, more like the bottom of the bottom, but they are putting up a good fight against FPX.
They're literally at the bottom right now, trying to climb at least one step at a time. This will be a massive step if ever they do win this game. Let's try to look at the pros here in their composition. Early game, they should have a bit of a leverage. Nautilus and Lux does have a lot of crowd control that they can work around to try and catch a 13. Chow is, though, you know, the chicken defender here of the Ziggs, so it's going to be trying to protect him at all costs. Top lane, when our supports go on the Baron lane, Rocky should have more leverage against Fado, given the Riven with Ignite winning normally against a Fiora, plus Nautilus in a 2v2 should do well in here for Rare Atom. But Irma has to really be careful this time.
Yeah, Irma now going to try to go in a little bit, baits Chow into getting the entrance, the Justice Punch. So Chow does take quite a bit of damage. That will affect him and his roam going to the top lane later. But, you know, a little bit of honey fruit shared here by SkyFL will keep him in tip-top shape.
Eyes on Rocky and Morty later on into the game because they have a big responsibility here. Chow taking a bit of damage there. Irma just guiding him through. Given the range advantage of the Jace, this should have allow him to at least try to bully Sky. Most of the time, just needs to be very careful from the rotations from QF16 and Chow. Especially level 5, right?
Yeah. And a very late Galio. Now Max actually got that catch. It won't be a full engage here from Rocky. They're not really gonna, you know, commit to this too hard, but Chow is there now. He's level 3 as well. So maybe he can do something here to help Fado out. But, you know, the presence of a Galio is enough to keep Max and Rocky from pouncing on Fado for now.
In terms of defenses, Galio is a big problem. You have 2 crowd controls, the Shield of the Run and a Justice Punch. Irma this time, I'm liking what I'm seeing. At least he is doing a really good job against Sky, given the Jace Akali matchup. But later on, the Akali does pop off. Oh, taunt.
Yeah, that is going to be a big Justice Punch onto Rocky, but a good stun from Max will keep Rocky safe, even though he has to back. And now QF16 is going to be there. Will this be a dive onto the Nautilus? Only time will tell, because he does have World Ender. Morty's there as well. Now Chow maybe looking for more as he Justice Punches, and there's a catch onto the Kha'Zix. No, it won't be, as he jumps away. Rocky is not level 5 yet. He can't fight right now. But that is Fado getting out and getting out safe. SkyFL is there to keep the gang alive, and FPX a little bit ambitious, but they all survive.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we're seeing FPX being proactive here in the rotations. Despite Rare Atom being the one who should be aggressive in the early game, we're seeing FPX actually taking control, setting up vision as well, and trying to set traps here against Rare Atom, almost catching Morty and almost catching Max as well. And that is a good sign here for FPX. Because game number 1, we saw them having a bit of a hard time. Oh, Nautilus Dredge line only aimed at Jace. Yeah, they were just... yeah. Irma has been saying, please, this should be a dream, right?
Let me go.
I have to wake up.
God,
this should be a dream, right?
Yeah, but the dredge line landing onto Chow this time, not the Jace, because it's the Jace is Irma on this side of the Nautilus. So, you know, Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be heralding the start of this engage here. QF60 does bring him back and just annihilates him, getting the perfect W into his third Q.
Into his soul. That was definitely traumatic, I would say, for Yuri, being dove under the tower by an Aatrox that has a World Ender. And that is the first blood that FPX wants to have in this game. Gold funneling onto the Aatrox 2 of QF16. And well, we do see a lot of Aatrox during the past few
100 Aatroxes apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, but in the top lane, this appearance will be maybe Rocky's last appearance here in this life, as he gets targeted there. They are trying to go for a dive. QF16 is going to be here, but he won't get anything. Last spark will completely miss, but the stasis is there on Max, and he may be a target here for Fado. A little bit of confusion with the targeting there for FPX. That means they won't get any kills, unfortunately.
That could have gone either way. If Rare Atom actually focused more on clearing the minions, then the tower would have had, you know, pressure onto the members of FPX ganking in the top lane. But now Rare Atom actually being a little proactive, responding to the RH take of FPX. But I'm still a little concerned. Again, this is a Ziggs lineup. RH taking means first tower in the mid lane.
Yes. That's exactly what it means, and exactly what they're going to try to do. As they will bring the Aatrox over into the mid lane. That is a catch onto Chow, but these Reg lines are just not converting into, you know, big catches for Max. They kind of tickle right now, honestly.
And Yuri so far is trying to be stable.
Oh, this could be a big dive as the hero's entrance comes in, and Irma does try to flash out. He's not going to be able to get out of there. Chow's gonna survive, but Sky FL may fall. That's what the FL stands for, but the Mega Inferno Bomb will keep him there. It's actually still Sky FL who gets that kill, and now Yuri is in danger as QF16 hunts him down. He is isolated, but that auto attack will bring the Lux to the ground as Morty now faces the God of Death, the God of War, Aatrox. There's another one from the bottom of the row. A13 gets a very swanky kill onto this Kha'Zix.
Yeah, 3 kills by FPX, and suddenly even a tower here in the mid lane gonna be secured for sure, because Max, well, he can't do anything here, right? Unless, well, he actually is able to defend the tower. So, good job here by Max, but that 3 kills, and most of it funneled over to the carries of FPX, is just a nightmare. It started off with a gank into the bottom lane, Irma with the hero's entrance of Xiao as well, cementing that kill. Irma almost allowed him to get the 1-for-1 trade. Max casted the depth charge, but couldn't find Sky there in the shroud that allowed them to just cement 2 kills, and then Yuri suddenly find himself in a bad spot again. Deja vu against an Aatrox, pummeling him down. Morty tried to escape despite isolated damage onto QF16, actually deals no damage, and then suddenly he dies as well on the hands of A13. An absolute disaster for Rare Atom again.
Yeah, and that gold lead has just catapulted into FPX's direction. Look at how big it is right now. 3.5k at 7.5 minutes. That is pretty sizable, though not the biggest we've seen so far. Though that does mean that FPX have a lot of advantage and a lot of combat efficiency when they do decide to engage in the next fight. So, you know, they just have to not get caught out or caught by surprise here by Rare Atom, which may happen here as Fado is fighting Rocky, but Max is there too, and the Justice Punch will get here right on time as well. QF16 looking for the dive. They're trying to orchestrate something to take Rocky down, dead or alive, but more likely dead. Another auto attack should take this away, but Chow ignites him instead as Morty is there. There's a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Morty just melts as Fado finishes him off.
This is almost basically game over for Rare Atom. FPX just being so clean, and all of those dives, whenever we see QF16 ganking anywhere, it translates into a 2-3 kill advantage of FPX. Now 7-0 team score. It's an absolute nightmare here for Rare Atom. And this draft is mostly designed to take control of early game. But how do you do that when... How do you actually go against FPX now when your early game is basically screwed up? Kha'Zix won't be able to do anything, deal damage. Irma won't be able to poke as much as he wants to, given the state of the game.
This is going to be a little bit more difficult now for Rare Atom, but that should be their problem for real, because they are now making it FPX's problem as they try to get into the jungle, try to look for Fat Doe, try to look for Chow, and it's Irma who starts to engage, but he goes down into 40%, not dead yet, but FPX, there's 5 of Rare Atom right here, and they have to deal with it. Chow, Fat Doe, and A13 are going to come in a little bit just exactly right to keep the tower from falling, but now a re-engage by Rocky could send them crawling back home, as Fat Doe may have engaged, but he doesn't. He just keeps him away. RA going to get corralled into their bottom lane. Oh, QF16 has made his way there. SkyFL is there as well. The last spark will not get anything, but the Ziggs is already dead. Yuri is down as well. SkyFL now under the tower with Rocky and Morty, but Rocky is fighting hard. And that Akali does not want to get taken down. SkyFL is still around. Irma, though, gets out of town. Fado and Chow will live, but Rare Atom got more kills. And with Dragon up in 2, that does mean FPX have to reset as well.
2-for-2 trade is a little good here for Rare Atom. They got a couple of shutdowns there in that fight. And it started off with a kill onto A13. So good job there by Yuri with a follow-up of the final spark as well. Even if they lost the tower in the bottom lane, it's actually pretty okay here for Rare Atom. What's next though is going to be very crucial. They're going to contest in the Dragon. Sky is here.
Yeah, and this is going to be steal. No steal at all. The Dragon's still alive, but it won't be for long as the Nautilus actually gets a steal. Yeah, Rare Atom was the one who got that Dragon. Somehow, the Nautilus sacrificed his life to bring that Dragon to his side. Rare Atom, though, did lose 2 members, so they might lose another as Irma's gonna get ganked by Chow and QF16, and there's not much he can do there except sleep.
Yeah, accept his fate. They're just gonna be run over by the members of FPX. Now, all towers being taken down by FPX. Just waiting for the wave into the mid lane. Yuri and Rocky actually clearing it up. Rare Atom getting a bunch of crumbs here. And in those fights, despite dying a couple of times. Good job by Max at the very least, getting that steal into the Dragon. Let's check how he was actually able to take it out for them. How did he do that?
Yeah, I think it was E. Maybe an E.
But he got it. I mean, it's Rare Atom's Dragon. Yeah.
It was 5 HP for the longest time, and you saw the final spark avoided it too, right? The final spark could have hit it and secured it, but no, it just was off to the side a little bit. That was funny.
That was fascinating to see. Max, you are the if Rare Atom wins this game, Max is the MVP. Just kidding.
I doubt they will, looking at the way that the game is shaping up, but
10,000 gold lead, man, at 12 minutes into the game. 10 kill lead as well by FPX. They're just taking control of everything. They're just waiting for the Baron, particularly, or maybe the third Drake as well. And Rare Atom has no angle into this game. So difficult to do that, given all lanes winning here on the side of FPX. We see the Mega Inferno Bomb of A13 hurting so much in the fight as well. QF16 just being an absolute demon in all of the fights. Whenever he goes in, Sky also follows up and they just wreak havoc on the back line.
A13 doesn't care about the cooldown of his Mega Inferno Bomb. If it's up, he's going to use it. Irma's going to get dived now. QF16 trying to get his hopes up, but he goes into stasis. And then the hero's entrance brings the Galio to this fight. As Chow he gets a lot of damage onto him, but absorbed as QF16 has to get out of here or he will die. A13, though, trying to chuck bombs from the side as Rocky and Fado have another conversation in the bottom lane.
They almost got QF16 right there. And that was a very fed Aatrox. So at least props to Rare Atom. They're still trying so hard into this game to come back. even though it's so difficult to do that right now, we still see the intention here of Rare Atom. They're not giving up just yet. FPX has to find a way to close out this game, one of which is through baiting Rare Atom into a Baron, maybe another Dragon fight as well. So eyes on KF16 later on, alongside with Sky and Chow as they try to reach the backline once more, because Yuri is also starting to hurt. We saw that final spark a while ago, just doing a lot of damage alongside with Irma's Shock Blast towards QF16.
Yeah, now that Shock Blast though, it does do some things. It's not useless still. It's not like in the last game where Irma was basically a glorified paperweight. Now at least he is still able to fight a little bit, even though the rest of his team, you know, just not really in the fight themselves in general. Irma can still, you know, do a little bit, if not a lot, just a little bit to keep FPX honest. But FPX, they don't want to be honest. They want to win. And that's why they're putting a lot of pressure onto pretty much any lane they can at the moment, just waiting for the next dragon to come out.
Yeah, they are constantly building gold lead as well. Fado is already so fed, able to get his 3 items picked up. Bit of the Ruin King, Hullbreaker, and even a Divine Sunderer. Let's see if he's gonna be picking up a teleport here, since mostly split pushing in the side lanes alongside with Sky. And look at Sky, even getting 3 items already. 4-0-2. Everyone on the side of FPX is just so fed right now that they can just do anything that they want really into this game to prepare for the next dragon. If that's gonna be spawning in the next 22 seconds, FPX can just take it for absolutely free. Oh, there's a ward there.
But will it be a useful ward? Is the question here. Will FPX try to go for some shenanigans, trying to flank him out and maybe get caught trying to go on a flank? Well, Skyfell is definitely in a flank position right now. Chow may be the one who is engaged here. You hear all of those Yomus going off? It's like ching, ching, ching. Everybody's speeding up to try to get into the fight. Yeah. Great bait, mates, but now you don't have a Yomus. There's another one.
Every time there's movement. You're baiting.
Speaking of movement, oh, Max flash forced out of him. Fado and Rocky once again still going against each other here in the bottom lane. Morty though trying to get something to numb the pain, but the Gallery's gonna be coming into the lane himself. Irma's there to try to take him out and but Fado is gonna get immediately aggressed on. The ribbon has been jumped on. The static or stasis will come through, but he will not live for you as Morty gets Mega Inferno Bomb that took out most of his health. FPX are all alive and proceed to go to the Drake.
There's nothing that Rare Atom can do. Try to turn on to Fado, but isn't really the best take there. Because he can just survive. He has a Hullbreaker when he's alone, so he can just resist so much damage. And then the follow-up came through. Hero's entrance. There was QF16 Sky as well. Mega Inferno Bomb into the backline. And despite the efforts of Rocky, they're trying to take him down. He just traded his life for it. Not even getting the kill that he wanted for so long against Fado. And that translated into the Dragon as well by FPX. Denied onto Rare Atom. No more steals for Max, sadly.
A lot of impatience there being shown on the side of Rare Atom. I mean, they do need to make some big plays here. But unfortunately, just kind of sacrificing yourself, trying to take out one member while getting pounced on by 2 others and absolutely getting jumped on crowd control is not the safest thing to do. So I think Rocky has to find another way to, you know, disrupt FPX really, if that's what he's trying to do here. So back to the drawing board for him and the rest of Rare Atom, I think, because FPX, they're now looking for the next step to their plan, which either is siege in the mid lane or try to bait Baron. But Max been trying to bait something here. The Justice Punch coming in, the Mega Inferno Bomb as well, as they will just be able to get out of this fight very quickly.
Yeah, there's nothing that Rare Atom can do. They don't have the final spark already, so that's one team fighting ability that is denied of them. Side lane pressure again initiated here by Fado. Nobody can take him down. Not even a 1 versus 2 is enough to take this Fiora down. And that gives the opportunity for FPX to set some vision in this topside river. There is Morty Actually just showing himself, getting his presence known, just checking the area just in case FPX starts this Baron up. But what can he do in this situation? Rare Atom is just too far behind. They have no angle into this game. They have been trying for so long. They're gonna try it on Fado.
This may be the angle to get back into the game because Fado is all alone and there's nobody there to help him. The entire team is gone and he'll be able to flash out and almost live. Rocky at least is able to catch up to him with the third cube, but yeah, that was almost an escape galore from the Fiora Lord.
Okay, they got the kill. Almost, yeah, almost an escape. But what's next here for Rare Atom? Since they got the kill onto Fado already, what should they do? They're trying to push the side lanes now to equalize the wave, but it's not really translating into a major objective just yet. Finally, they get the tower down in the mid lane. That is huge actually here for Rare Atom, and that should give them a bit more edge or comfortability in the next team fight. Bottom lane, that has been there for so long already. It has been like 10 minutes since they wanted to take it down, but they couldn't. 80 HP.
It's just been there. Yep. Not just one auto attack. You just literally walk in and smack it with anything. But no, they have not been able to get it yet. Rare Atom just a little bit too scared to push up too close to FPX, and I understand that feeling. FPX will just blow you up if you so much as breathe in the direction that they are looking at. So, with that being said, Rare Atom now, they are going to have to face check really deep for this dragon because this Elder Drake has to be contested.
Oh yeah, they have to. They're grouping up. You're on the top side, yeah. Rocky.
That could have been the engage right there, but the stasis from Rocky will mean that he isn't caught. The stasis, though, going onto the galley. That's a Mega Inferno Bomb onto 4. That's a lot of damage. A lot of health bars are burning, and the Riven goes down first. What? Max will be the next victim here as he goes down too. But Yuri and Morty will follow as well. That's an ace for nothing. The cleanest so far from FPX. They're going to start barreling it down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, they baited them onto the Elder Dragon and then went for the ace, went for the win, and that's gonna be it. 2-0 victory by FPX. Such a clean performance.
Yeah, big performance there from FPX 2-0, showing Rare Atom how it is done. And Rare Atom, they will stay about as rare as their wins, unfortunately.
Sadly.
And as atomic as their win rate. Unfortunately, again. But FPX definitely will be happy with that. They can now kind of show the rest of the Chinese conference that they are fighting near the top of the field as well.
It's just so hard for Rare Atom, you know. They tried game number 1. I think the closest game would have been game number 1. They had the lead as well. Game number 2, we saw more of a slow burn coming in from FPX, in which Rare Atom, they were trying to come back some ways, and their way was through getting the kill onto Fado. It worked at time. It delayed the pushing of FPX and allowed them to get a tower into the mid lane, but it's simply not enough. It's not at that point of the game wherein FPX had a 12,000 gold lead and was just trying to get that final objective, the Elder Dragon, in which they baited Rare Atom at the very end and just went for the team fight. It started out as a 4 versus 5. Not really needing Fado in that fight anymore, but he was there. He teleported, and they just swept the floor of Rare Atom.
Yeah. I mean, it was honestly a longer fight than I thought was gonna happen. It just was the way that things were gonna shake out at that point, because you know Rare Atom was so monumentally behind that FPX. It would have had to have taken like the biggest mistake in the universe to have them even have a chance to lose that game anymore, and Rare Atom just wasn't able to, you know, cope with this slowly building snowball of a gold lead that eventually led to a 16,000 gold deficit exactly. Look, it's 80,744 to 64,744.
Oh, and it's just such a sad series as well by Rare Atom. The closest game is game number 1. I hope we do see a much better formation on the side of Rare Atom in their next upcoming games, because this is just sad to see, you know. Game number 1, we saw the beatdown onto Irma. Game number 2 is actually doing a really good job now, but it's simply not enough to actually turn the tides around, not enough to turn the series around against FPX. Maybe in a different draft. We were worried about the Lux the moment we saw it being picked by Rare Atom, and it came through as well, despite it being a good matchup against the Ziggs to use the shield to negate the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's just so complex to use because you don't have any mobility to actually escape any engage from FPX, and we saw QF16 just diving him entirely whenever it gets a chance to do so, since, well, it's a Lux. You don't have any mobility of spells, and when they don't have your flash, you're pretty much free to be killed.
Exactly. That's unfortunately you do need to be very on point with tracking your summoner spells and really having them for the next fight. It is kind of your responsibility to know when your cooldowns are, coordinate with your team and everything, and really don't get caught in a position where you have to flash, right? It is just very difficult, very difficult to have to be in that situation and then waste your summoner spell for the next fight. So, lesson learned there for Rare Atom, I think, because that was just a beat down. There was really not much to say other than FPX absolutely killed it today. Just back to the drawing board for Rare Atom. I mean, really deep into the drawing board. They have not been able to secure another win after their initial one so far. So, it may be a little while before we get to see their true potential come out.
Yeah, and I was actually looking forward to seeing Irma pick up the Garen in the mid lane to have a much more solid laning phase, and also just trying to revolve around a Ziggs composition for Rare Atom. They took the Jace once again. I think it would be a hard-earned lesson for themselves, similar to how JDG battled against Nova Esports in our first series. A lot of things to be taken here by our losing teams, but again, it's still not over. We still have a couple of days, a couple of weeks left for everyone. KF16 and his debut here in this tournament will get the MVP. Is just amazing to see, His Aatrox is just an absolute demon wrecking havoc in this game.
First MVP for him too, with a 67 kill percentage, 517. Definitely was a very big impact Aatrox when he did get that champion, and well, I think so far proving to be a good addition to the roster of FPX. I mean, first is that his first professional game with them? I believe it is.
It was adapted here by FPX, and we saw his performance as well in the fight for side. Definitely a massive series here for FPX and this amazing player. Next up, we will be having Keepest Gaming going up against J-Team. Both has the same scoreline, 6-1. KBG lost to Nova Esports, same as J-Team, but this time it's going to be them facing each other.
Yeah, so who's going to come out on top? Let us know who you think is going to win, because we'll be right back with match number 3 of the day after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRLA1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the last match of today's Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and now we're going to see these 2 teams at the top of the Chinese conference standings, J-Team and KBG, battle each other to see who comes out on the very tippy top.
This is an exciting series because not only are they having the same scoreline 6-1, but they lost to the same team as well, Nova Esports, in a game number 3. And well, KBG, they battle against Nova Esports in day number 1. J-Team just recently lost. And between that is actually a 6-game win streak. KPS Gaming still is on their win streak right now, winning against Rare Atoms, Service Esports, OMG, EDG, FPX, and Thunder Talk. And also a similar set of teams beaten out by J-Team. Those mid to higher and a balance of low tier teams as well on the APAC and DCN conference team. So this should be close, right, G10? I think we're expecting a game number 3 here.
Most definitely a game number 3 is on the cards because KBG and J-Team are 2 very equally close teams in terms of power level, just by judging by the people that they have beaten already. Of course, J-Team, they did win against KT, Rollster, OMG, Buriram, but both of these teams, they did lose against Nova. KBG, however, they did win against EDG, so that is something noteworthy to know.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, where they're both I think 6-1. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-1. And this match will determine whether or not one of them is going to be 7-1 and who is going to be 6-2.
Yes, and I think it's a little bit banking, honestly, on KBG because, well, they battled against Nova Esports. They lost in them in a 1-2 fashion, but they came back so hard right now. I think they're just accelerating on and on as the tournament goes by. And J-Team, we saw some really good strengths coming in from them during their past few tournaments, but when they battled against Nova Esports, it was actually a bit of a struggle that they had, especially through the macro plays that Nova Esports had in that game. They had such a hard time dealing with Long as well, with his Fiora in the jungle. So that might be the take here of Keep Best Gaming, because right now, as they have a win streak, it's really hard to find a weak spot on KBG.
Yeah, but the same thing is that, you know, J-Team also is a team that doesn't really have a lot of weak points. I mean, 9-11 as well in their blue side game wins. Same with the red side there for KBG. But tellingly though, J-Team has a higher win percentage in their opposing win percentage, because it's 4 out of 6 instead of 4 out of 7. But Daton and 0711, two of the really leading high impact junglers here in the league. Pretty close in terms of stats, to be honest. 7.42 KDA for Daton and 7.18 for 0711, and it's just you know, two incredibly skilled junglers. I think the conversation will naturally point itself towards these two for this match, because I mean, without them, like, these two teams will have so much difficulty trying to set things up.
They're both enablers of our solo laners as well, and they do have some tendency to set up, you know, killer champions as well. Both use Kha'Zix in some of their games prior to this match. But I think that the key takeaway here is our mid lane matchup. Anra9 versus Yezi is going to be a big challenge for Yezi, despite him being a big stronghold here for J-Team, because not only is Anra9 so creative with the champions that he used, he's still undefeated in some of his champions, like the Yone. Whenever he gets that champion, we talked about it before during their previous matchup against Cerberus Esports, his Yone is just on a different dimension. 5 games, 5 wins, 5 MVPs, and he can actually just use that champion in this game. He's also very creative. One of the player that uses most champions here in this tournament. That is a big takeaway already. It's going to be hard to actually shut him down.
Oh yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. I mean, for Anran, I mean, he has such a long champion pool, a deep champion pool, and of course the Yone, you did say it was pretty unbeatable. I do agree. It's just that with all of that under his belt, you know, all of that experience, I mean, he can be a surprise to some people. Unfortunately, Yezi is not somebody who really gets surprised. I mean, he has had a couple of like so-so performances, especially in the loss that they had against Nova Esports when he played, I think it was Zed, and didn't really do all too well when up against Neon's Aatrox. But yeah, a very two different kinds of carries here for their teams in the mid lane. It's just that I think Yezi's a little bit more cautious, while, you know, a little bit more show-stopping on the side of Anran 9.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of aggression, battle of stability, battle of attrition here in this match. We can expect a game number 3 between KBG and J-Team as well. It's up to our solo laners, alongside with our playmakers as well. Naturally, we will be looking at our supports, whether it's going to be UU or will it be DY that is going to be setting the tempo for this game for KBG and J-Team. I'm just worried a little bit here on the side of J-Team, since they lost their momentum a little bit. They're trying to get it back after their loss against Nova Esports. and to compare it to Keepes Gaming, who just has so much momentum right now with their 6-game win streak. Will it be a factor here? Will it be affecting the mental state here of J-Team? Are they going to be feeling nervous? I think they shouldn't, but they need to be very careful with the draft, with the execution, because it's Keepes Gaming.
True. They do keep it best, as is what's it called? As is suggested by their name. That's why that is KBG. J-Team, though, they are a pretty. What is an adjective that starts with J?
Jolly.
Jolly team.
No.
Interesting. That sounds more like a fast food joint. You know what I'm saying? But
well,
yeah,
let's see.
let's see how it shakes out here.
We have Charles again. Our host just going to be introducing our teams.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Charles. The third game is between KBG and J-Team. The increasingly brave KBG is advancing towards its 7th consecutive victory. And can J-Team, whose strength cannot be underestimated, become that powerful roadblock? Let's wait and see. Now let's welcome KBS Gaming and J-Team.
今天榜首的位置得换一下了。
养马千日，用马一时，该报恩了，马哥。
Bit of laughs there by both sides. Let's see who is gonna get the final laugh. Will it be Keepes Gaming or J-Team? We'll have our fight for side first, of course. And,
yeah, of course. But I think this is one of the matches where we genuinely do not know who's going to win, because most of the matches, you know, it's not exactly a 50-50 for most matches. We have an expectation, and most of the time that expectation is met based on what we know, the power levels of the teams. But this time, you know, J-Team versus KBG, it really can go either way. This, I think, is one of the truest 50-50s in WRL right now.
A close look at our players from both sides. They are going to be facing each other in this best of 3. Keepes Gaming so far having such a good momentum swing towards their favor after their loss against Nova Esports. J-Team recently had a bit of an obstacle against Nova Esports and trying to pick up the slack, trying to regain the momentum they had all of the tournament.
Yeah, you need to get that momentum back, and yeah, Anran looking like, you know, he's got no worries at all. You know, if it was a shonen anime, he would be the protagonist just because he's got that goofy kind of vibe.
Anran is just so comfortable. He's also, you know, very confident in playing for the fight first side, picking up all the champions that he wants to use against their opponents. Recently, he did pick up the Lucian and the Wukong, denying it from Rare Atom, and also just doing so much work with help of the Ton, with the Shen, and the Kha'Zix. So that's how we will be interpreting later on how their junglers is going to be helping the solo laners, because again, both the Ton and 0711 are enablers here of our solo laners, particularly Andran 9 and Yezi. But hold on to that thought. We will be going to our fight for side first. Andran 9 always plays here for KBG.
And so far, Andran 9 has had, you know, quite a few pretty decent performances. They have won pretty much most of their fights for side. They only lost the first 2, actually, which is it was KG who lost the second one, but it was Anran who lost the first one, unfortunately. So far, KBG looking pretty consistent after that first 2 losses in their fight for side. As long as Anran 9 is feeling, up to task that day. Barry, however, is the one who actually picked up the Twitch before in the fight for side.
Mm-hmm.
So he was the one who got a win over Yeezus Kennen.
Mm-hmm. And in this match, let's see actually what champion Anran is gonna be picking up this time. We're seeing a hover on the Zoe. Wow, he loves experimenting all the champions that can be used here in the fight for side. An Orianna matchup as well by Barry should provide an interesting matchup here between these two talented players of KBG and J Team. Again, so far, Andra 9 has been going on a win streak as well with a fight for side, only losing twice, actually.
Yeah.
In all of the games that they had in a fight for side.
Yeah, and it wasn't even him that lost the second one. It was his teammate, because Anran, he didn't play the one time against TT. It was KG. So it was Anran who has just one loss in their fights per side. But KBG in general have 2 losses in their fights per side. On the other hand, Barry, he is very often used by JT here in the fight for side, and he does pick up some weird stuff as well. Like the first time they did play that fight for side back in day 1, he picked up Teemo, and then they won. But he's also been the one to pick up the Twitch and the Akali in the first Akali versus Gragas fight for side, where Naus did actually win.
I just love the creativity here of Anran, always picking up the best possible champions to surprise his enemy. Even Barry is happy with the matchup that he has right now. Orianna versus Zoe. Which are you taking? Are you going for Anran or a Barry here? I'm going for Anran.
I'm thinking more Anran actually as well. He is a monster in the fight for side. Very smooth mechanics in Wild Rift. So let's see if our boy can actually prove us right. But still, Barry's Orianna. That is a very safe champion. The shields are going to keep Barry very, very safe, but he does go with the command attack first.
Of course.
However, of course. Why wouldn't you? There's no reason to go for the defend one first. But I think that Anran does have the upper hand, even though Barry, he's known for weird picks here in the fight for side. He hasn't picked the same champion twice.
Constant dodging there by Andra9 on the command attack of Barry. So far not being hit. Never mind. Finally gets hit there by Barry. A light tap as well by the Orianna. Nothing to be worried about here, at least in the first few minutes of the game, since it is just the Aram match of Keep Best Gaming and J-Team. And again, for those who are just new to the live stream, it is a fight for side. Andra9 taking too much damage.
Quite a bit of damage, but he flashes for the auto attack and finishes the Orianna off. Andra9 with the first kill at level 3, and that will give him a huge boost in the rest of this game.
Yeah, Andra9 going with an outplay, and that's why you have to respect the Zoe pick, because he will just use all the summoner spells laid out in the area. And that was a nice outplay towards Birds, and was not expected by him at any point. Now 1 kill remaining for Andra9. He will be able to win this fight for side.
That's pretty smart though, actually, having the Zoe in a fight for side, because it's just a 1v1, and when your opponent uses summoner spells, you can use them as well. You basically get twice the amount of summoner spells as long as you can, cycle through them well. So, man, Andra9 though, what a big lead, and he was so aware of his damage output and his potential that he flashed and just auto attacked and secured the kill. But now he is a little bit underestimating Barry's own damage potential.
It's also making sure he fully utilizes his second skill, proccing all those summoner spells onto Barry as much as possible to gain any sort of leverage. Also, Battlestars keeps on connecting onto Barry. That is so bad for him.
And attack though, getting quite a lot of damage onto Anran 9 as well. And this is why I said that Orianna is very safe, right? She can poke from a long distance, she can shield herself, and you don't really have to take a lot of risk. You're never in a position where you're gonna put your foot in front of the other laner, right? So you always just kind of stay back and try to be as safe as possible, try to farm up for the late game. But in a fight for side, that actually is kind of discouraged.
And Adrenaline will have more poke here right now with the Ludens picked up. Barry has to be very careful with all those engages that Adrenaline can go onto him. Again, so many angles here in this Aram map. Oh, has an enchantment here. Oh, big burst!
Bubble
Oh
and
my
paddle.
gosh!
Sorry, Barry gets flashed on, and there's the auto attack from Anran 9 to finish him off. And yes,
clean.
Another win under Anran's belt, 2-0.
Anran 9, this is why we vote for him. In a fight for side, he is just an absolute beast. So comfortable. He gives like a Caps vibe from the LoL PC here in Wild Rift. Definitely a baby faker or Wild Rift here. Dominating all the teams, dominating all the matchups he has in this lane. Not even to fight for side, you will be safe. And Barry was yet another victim here onto Anran 9's prowess. 2-0 dominating kills there by Anran 9, and this will give KeepBest Gaming the edge in the fight for side. Or at least the side selection.
KBG. I mean, they do need every advantage that they can get, because this is J-Team we're talking about. This is the team that up until recently was the undisputed #1. Now they're being challenged by KBG here. Will J-Team remain on top, or will there be a new top dog? Because KBG definitely has the chops. Both of them though have a loss to Nova Esports, which, you know, unsurprising. Nova Esports, there is a reason they have an Icons Global skin for their team. So yeah, not really a lot of stock in that loss against Nova. They really are just evenly matched.
Let's try to dissect this now, because we're going into the picks and bans. KBG actually choosing to be on red side, in which they have won 9 out of 11 games they had on that particular side. They also deny that side for JT, but they're actually happy with it because they have the same scoreline on blue side. So in retrospect, this is going to be a similar experience or a comfortable experience for both players. KeepBest Gaming will have to ban the Camille, the Aatrox, possibly the Senna here from J-Team, and that will pave the way for J-Team to actually ban away some of the champions of Andran or the Ton.
Yeah. Now though, the Ton and Andran, they do have a pretty deep champion pool, I would say. So J-Team having to ban out their champions is quite a feat. If they want to, you know, maybe focus on the Yone, give that much respect to Anran 9, considering that he did win that side selection, that fight for side. No, they will not ban out anything that will inconvenience Anran at any point. So there are quite a few champions still left on the board, notably Aatrox, Senna, Zoe. Jace was on the board but will be taken out, so that does mean that all those champions that I said previously, Gwen as well, Yone too, gonna be on the board. But first picking Yone against Anran 9, is that the smartest thing to do?
Well, they want to deny it from Anran 9. Again, he has an undefeated streak here on the Yone, and KeepBest Gaming wants to get their hands onto this champion as well. But since it was taken out, they will have to go into another route, maybe pick up the Zoe for themselves, but they're focusing more on the scaling side. Hovering now the Jax is actually okay here for KeepBest Gaming. Naturally, I would want to a Renekton to be picked up, but if it's KeepBest Gaming, I mean, it's KG, it's just so solid with his champion or any champion that he actually uses. JT responding with so much frontline power now. Olaf and Nautilus picked up.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, that Nautilus has so many defensive capabilities that can just help the team, especially when you know, there is an Olaf as well on your side, which just lets you kind of go places that you are not meant to be. You know, especially with the Ragnarok negating all forms of CC. But KBG putting the Kazakhs into the matchup of the Olaf, that is going to be a little bit difficult for Daton to really prove himself in, but we have seen him absolutely pop off. He is one of the better junglers in this entire league, so I gotta trust that this Kazakhs will be alright. Sendo will be bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's Daton, man. It's Daton. We talked about early, prior to the series, that both 0711 and Daton loves the Kazakhs. And KBG will have two bonus, will have this really good for themselves, getting the Kazakhs away from 0711 as well. And it's a natural counter as well towards the Yone. So if Yezi or whoever uses this Yone pick will be isolated, that can be a big turnaround here for KBG. They are removing some of the choices here for the Dragon lane as well from J Team, particularly the Ashe that they used against Nova Esports in their game number 2, in which they won as well, given the high amount of engage that they had. And similarly so, the Olaf and Nautilus was there. So this Ashe pick is just genius.
It really is. I mean, well, the Ashe ban is pretty good, but the Zoe pick is gonna be genius. I mean, picking that into the Varus, Barry looking to make a statement immediately, and that Garen as well. There is a lot of beef on the front for J Team, as well as the Zoe in the back that's going to be dealing damage. But what KBG needs now is backline access here to get their hands on that Zoe.
And the Wukong will do the trick. Andran has an incredible amount of experience with this Wukong right now. Unless he's gonna be the one to pick up the Jax, I will be concerned if ever that is gonna be the case. Because we have seen a lot of players try to use the Jax in the mid lane and just fall off. But
yeah, but he's up against a Garrett.
It's gonna be okay if ever.
Yeah. So I think most people that put Jax in the mid lane, they come up against a melee champion and then they immediately crumble because they get counterpicked. But this Jax is probably, if it is gonna stay on Anran 9, it will be probably going up against the Garen, and that is really not at all a big problem for Jax. Some would say sometimes he even wins that spin to win competition with his counter strike if he gets the right setup for the fight. So, you know, there is a lot to take in here.
Yeah, it's a team fight based composition. It's a team fight based composition by J Team. They're definitely gonna go all in. Yezi is gonna be facing off Andran with the Yone and a Jax matchup, which kinda will be a-okay for Andran since it's a physical damage dealer, so Counter Strike will just work here for him. But what's important to take note here is the Varus and Gragas pick off of KBG. Because again, J Team will move forward, but if they have interrupting spells like Chain of Corruption and the cast from the Gagas, then they can just isolate the other members of J Team and work around killing 0711 early into a fight. At least that's in theory here of KBG, but let's see how they are going to be going right at it.
Yeah, and now look at this, Anran 9. Of course, he is a Jax, so it'll take a little bit to scale up. Yu is going to be there, so is DY, just the standard stuff that the supports try to do. Just go on through middle lane and into the top, just letting their presence be known. Following each other, just like, kind of like a second jungler, really. But I do see that, I did mention a little bit, sorry, I did mention, but I did notice that the viewers are heavily on the side of KBG. There's like a 73 to 27% here for KBG. So I do wonder why so many people have no faith in JT.
Well, it's KBG, man. They're one of the best, if not the best team right now in this tournament. They're just highly competitive. They've had a lot of success already in all of the tournaments they joined. First place in the Huya the Legend Cup, both of the Huya the Legend Cup, and also in the WRL. First place, always. So it's a natural, you know, assumption of any viewer that this team will just come on top against any opponent that they have. They had a bit of a slump early into this tournament, you know, losing on to Nova, but every single team that they came across was just a one-sided beatdown by them. So as J Team lost their last match, yeah, people are moving towards KBG now.
Yeah, it's all about the momentum. And while it's funny you mentioned, because, you know, KBG, they just lost to Nova in their first match, but J-Team lost to Nova in their last match. So really, it kind of shows that Nova already was good before and is still good now. They just had a little bit of an unlucky streak in their matches to give them, you know, that 2-2 score now. But J-Team and KBG, this is a lot closer of a match, I would feel. But so far, no big aggressive moves done yet.
Both have scaling champions. The Yone, even the Garen is not really going to do a whole lot in the early game. So at most, KG is just going to have a stable lane into the top lane. Again, he has 100% win rate with his champion. Or, well, 0711 has 100% win rate on this champion. But KG is very solid with the Wukong. Again, an enabler here of Andra 9, in which is actually ambitious because we don't really see, again, a lot of success with mid lane Jaxes. Oftentimes we see it kind of falling off and not really doing a whole lot in team fights, but it's Andra 9. We can't help but feel excited about whenever he uses a champion here in the mid lane that is relatively new.
Yeah, but speaking of Andra 9 in the mid lane, he has to defend UU. Because UU is going to get away and live just barely with a sliver of health. That Todd's going to be there too, keeping him safe, and he comes back because he has some innate healing in his kit. But that was very much almost the first blood. Not quite.
J-Team wanting to be the more proactive team, given that the Jax is going to need to scale up in the course of the game, so they can just work around ganking mid, but top lane.
Yes, we get top lane. Don has to flash out to get out of there. The God King Garen will spin to win that engagement. Daton and KG tried to throw down, but the God King did not want to go to town at the moment.
Scaling wise, we can be leaning towards KG taking a lot of damage there. You have to respect the amount of suppression that the Nautilus can provide in a side lane. And Don is just going to be looking forward to getting that single target burst down, especially with the Damask Justice. So KG has to step back a little bit, especially when UU isn't there. And we're already 20 seconds away from the first objective. We can assume that KBG will be wanting to get the dragon for themselves, given that they have a scaling composition. J-Team would want to accelerate the game, but since they have the Olaf, they can actually bank for both. Since last hit-wise, it can go really well with the true damage of the Olaf of 0711, but they have to be really careful of Daton.
Yeah, Daton's gonna be a huge threat here. I mean, he can just get in and out, and he's got the resets, and he's already jumped onto Yezi. As Yezi goes for the Fate Seal to just get away from that situation. He could have used it to get into the pit, but there was a Chain Corruption that just hit onto the Nautilus, and DY will flash and Spider-Man out, and he will get away with a sliver of health, no doubt.
Kill.
But no! He will get finished off by the Gragas' cask, and now Andra 9, he's going to get Demashied fast. But no, it's the Garen who still gets killed. There is no steal, as KBG will get the Dragon as well as 2 kills, but at least JT traded it for 1 for themselves.
Yeah, such a clean execution there by Keep Best Gaming. Started off with a pressure onto Yezi's Yone. The Chain of Corruption landing onto him, forcing him to use the Fate Seal just to escape the Dragon Pit. Already cemented the victory there of Keep Best Gaming. So it's kind of questionable why J-Team even went into the fight again. And they just got caught here with the engage. The Ignite was enough to kill DY as well. And despite them trying to fight back, it was just Daton getting the Mountain Dragon for himself. Andra 9 was a solid frontline, allowing Xiaoma to just free it from the back line, getting them the 2-for-1 trade plus a dragon. Now they're posing for this RH.
Yeah, I mean, it is Dawn who will be starting that Rift Herald first. 0711 is there as well. But the rest of J-Team, they are around, so they can respond to this DY, though. He's starting to take a lot of damage from the piercing arrows, but so is KG. Oh, UU taking a lot there. And there's a Chains of Corruption onto 1. Brings him back with the explosive cast. Gets that pick. KBG now going to turn around. and walk away. Get that kill, give up the Rift Herald. That is worth.
Again, the setup of KBG is just so clean. Chain of Corruption into the isolation, into the single target pickoff. And that has been catching JT off guard. Whenever they let them engage on them like that, it causes them to just lose more members, lose more pressure into this game, allowing KBG to get this gold lead right now that they have gotten. And they're just going to be continuing to do that. It's still just the early game. Again, this is a scaling composition, but to think that they're the ones taking control of this game puts J-Team in a bad situation right now. I'm starting to get a little nervous for them in how they are going to be setting up. If Barry couldn't land the pokes, if DY couldn't land the depth charge onto Shama, all the fights are just going to be fully controlled here by Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, so far Keep Best, they are doing what it says on the tin. They are keeping it the best that they can. They are not allowing J-Team to get any opportunities on them whatsoever. KBG, though, they are kind of getting a little bit too aggressive, maybe a little bit too big for their britches, and if they keep doing that, they may be punished soon by J-Team.
Yeah, J-Team is fishing at times. DY is looking at areas. They're setting up here in the bottom lane, but Yu actually spotted out DY. So that forces them to just disengage for the meantime, back out on their plan in shutting down Under9. That just allows Under9 to keep on scaling up. Again, as the time goes by, this Jax is just gonna do a lot more work in the side lane. RH is gonna be spawned up here. 4 people in the bot lane.
Yeah, and they're gonna get that tower, sure. They're gonna force it down, alright. But that was a lot of resources to use, while the other half of the team, just 2 of them, are going to achieve the same thing in your top lane.
Yeah, while the rest of the members of Keep Best Gaming are farming as well. So in retrospect, that was a positive net experience by Keep Best Gaming. Now getting that 2,000 gold, it's a small lead, but it is rising on a scaling composition. And J-Team, they really need to work around the rotations and try to catch someone off guard. Maybe shut down Shama, maybe try to tower dive Under9. It's gonna be difficult, but you need to set up a play here. You have to set a death brush to catch KBG before an objective actually is available for the taking. Maybe in the next 30 seconds, we can see them set up vision in the bottom side river again, and maybe go deep towards the jungle of Datan.
That is a very distinct possibility, because Datan, he is really reasonably confident to be in his jungle. If J-Team try to surprise him in there while he's trying to farm up, that could be a way for them to get their way back into this game, getting picks like that, because that is what worked for FPX in the earlier matchup we had when they were up against Rare Adam and they were behind in the first game. They just kept getting picks one after the other, and then they were able to get back in. And they turn that game around. Maybe, you know, KBG, they have to be wary of J-Team trying to do the same thing.
It's just it would take just one Fate Sealed into many members of Keep Best Gaming to turn the fight around here for J-Team. Let's see if they are going to be able to do it. Yezi is in the bottom lane, while Dawn is just here mid lane. That hurts a lot.
Yu getting Sleepy troubled to start the face off. But we do see Yezi coming in from the side. He's going to go for the Fate Seal, and nobody's going to get hit at all. Shaman was able to get out and dodge, but he does need the flash to get out. Now inside the fight is Dawn, and unfortunately the team fight has frozen in front of our eyes. But it did look like Dawn was getting a little bit low. J-Team looked like they did not have control of that. So let's analyze what happened while they pause as well.
I wonder what happened there, because we do see Datan actually in the red side jungle of 0711 getting his red buff. So who actually had the tactical difficulty there? I'm guessing it might be J-Team, because everyone was doing well on the side of Keep Best Gaming. There were information. Xiaoma was trying to zone away, or trying to run away rather, from Yezi as he was chasing him down after the use of Fate Sealed. Was able to flash away, but is far away from the rest of Keep Best Gaming. So it's on KBG actually. They're just trying to address some issue of Datan. That's why he was on the red buff. Oh, 0711. Okay.
Yeah, so just to let you guys know that we do have a tracker for the tech pause, and it's really cool. Here on the right side of your screen, we are now checking what the cause is of the pause, and then we'll get right back to you once the problem has been solved. So until then, we will just be taking a little bit of a break. So me and Biang will be chilling and talking to you guys in a bit when this resolves.
Oh, it's 0711.
All right, there you go, guys. We are just finding out the cause of that technical pause. That was 0711 from J Team, unfortunately, that suffered from it. So, you know, it may take a little bit to actually figure out what it is and fix it.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a hassle, honestly. You know, they were already on a team fight. It was initiated by Keep Best Gaming already. We saw the Ton on the red side jungle of 0711, and then the pause was initiated just after DY got deleted there, got engaged on by Keep Best Gaming. So they're addressing the issue already. They're checking the replay as well on what exactly happened in that team fight. They're trying to resolve it as well. It was taking a lot of time already, and I think this is the first time we have encountered a long pause like this due to a technical problem as well. So it's that serious. I mean, this series is very, very serious as well. J-Team and Keep Gaming, we hyped this a while ago prior to the series. Both has 6-1 scoreline, both lost to Nova Esports, and both are just looking to have secure a top spot here in the CN Conference region.
Yeah, and I mean, with both of them wanting to get that top spot, you know, any single thing that can disrupt that attempt, you know, whether or not it be your fault, will just kind of come under scrutiny here, and that's exactly what's happening here with that technical pause. Because if it was like a bug and it was a game-changing bug that could have, you know, maybe changed the outcome of certain fights, they really have to investigate that and, you know, at worst case, nullify the game. And when it's already happened.
I think the best part of this is that both teams are actually on site. So in terms of addressing the issue, the technicians would be there on site as well to make sure everything goes smoothly. It is also live compared to us being in the APAC conference, being on our own headquarters. So in terms of addressing technical difficulties, it would be problematic in terms of communication, because you have to communicate via call or something, compared to when it is on live stream that you can just call out, tell the technician to pause things and address it immediately. So I guess this is much better in retrospect to if it happened on a CN conference team or against an APAC team, or worse, APAC versus APAC, right? Because if that were the case, then we saw what happened to Team Flash or Cerberus Esports at one point, where they were on a team fight, they got cleaned up, and then the pause was initiated and they couldn't really revert anything anymore after they got disconnected. In here, at least it's in mid-fight.
Yeah, well, even if it is mid-fight, you know, it's going to be very disorienting going back into that fight after the pause. So I wonder how it's going to actually, you know, happen. How it's going to be for the players once they actually get back into the game, into the fight. Because, you know, you had that momentum and that intention going into the team fight, and then it just kind of paused mid-fight, and then now what are you supposed to do? You kind of lose what you were doing inside the fight.
Yeah, I think one of the best concerns, or the main concerns we have right now, is with regards to the momentum both of the teams have. Because again, this is a long break. It can affect their mental state, in which they were already hyped up towards the moment of the team fight, and then the pause was initiated, and then you have to just sit around there, wait for the problem to be resolved, and there's pretty much nothing that you can do. And just a short reminder to you guys, short update. The head ref has decided to do a chrono break for the issue. This issue happened to the Ton, and actually not to 0711, because we were concerned about him being on the red side jungle of 0711 a while ago. So it was confirmed that he was the one experiencing a problem, and it would take like 1-2 minutes for it to be resolved. But again, the chrono break is basically them going a restart back to the most stable version of the game, in which maybe it was prior to the team fight, then they will resume. It's more common on LAN tournaments just like this, in the CN conference side, on site as well. So everything will be resolved at most. In the kill wise, in the team fight wise, it will be restored to prior the team fight.
Before.
So no one is dead just yet.
That's actually good that they are going to Chrono Break. It would have been a lot tougher if this was an APAC team, if I'm being honest, because yeah, it is something usually that just is done, you know, in LAN tournaments. And for what reason, I don't know, maybe it's a software thing. But you know, with that being an option here in the WRLA, that does show that they really care about competitive fairness, because they do not want, you know, any single bug or anything to compromise.
Nobody would want that.
Yeah, exactly.
No bugs,
right?
no problems, no technical difficulties. That would be frustrating.
Exactly.
I mean, even us gamers, whenever we experience a bug into a game, especially when it is like exploited or something because it's on a ranked game, we get irritated a lot. What more if it's in a competitive match? What more if it's in this tournament, this global tournament, this AN conference side, on site as well? So it must be. It is understandable that the frustration will be present there on the side of both of these teams, especially on KBG side, since it was Datan that experienced that real problem, him just being there attacking the red jungle camp. So in terms of the time that the game will be restored, it's going back to the 10-minute and 40-second mark of the game, and that's just patiently wait. We do appreciate you guys sitting there patiently, waiting for the game to actually resume.
Yeah. So thank you guys for your patience here with us. Thank you once again for watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season, and thank you for your patience with us as we wait for that Chrono Break to happen, wait for the match to resume, and of course wait to see who is better off in the standings, KBG or is it J Team? Because right now KBG look like they have pretty solid control of the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to the live stream, you know, to check what is happening during that 10-minute and 40-second mark. It is confirmed. Yeah, prior to the team fight, everyone is still alive. No one has engaged just yet, and they're all separated across the map. You can go back towards the live stream as well to check it before the match actually start, and you can just wait for the match to actually start. But that is going to be the case. No one has died just yet. No one is trailing behind. No one is exploring the map. Everyone is just setting up for the dragon fight and making sure everyone is also ready.
That's right. So speaking of making sure everybody's ready, I hope you guys are all ready to watch this action unfold. We are probably about a minute or so off from the game resuming. It will be resuming from 10 minutes and 40 seconds in game time. I just don't remember what time we ended off at and where we took that technical pause. So
10 minute 50.
It's just going to be 10 minute 50. Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
I was
so
checking
just
back.
like 10 seconds before. All right, 10 seconds
but
before.
in that 10 seconds, a lot has happened. Honestly,
that's true.
The Nautilus got taken down. Datan was trailing towards the red side jungle of 0711. Everyone was fighting each other already. So just 10 seconds before that, I think it's enough already. And we are gonna go back towards the match already. Let's see how it's gonna go.
Yeah, we are back here. Once again, J-Team is positioning towards that Infernal Drake, but KBG is already on it. Anran9 is going to be coming in from the back if he is going to be coming in at all. And yes, he's going to try to get onto that song there. Takes him down to about half, so he has to get out of this fight for now. But Yu's just there solo attacking the dragon. He doesn't even care. And now J-Team, they're the ones who are going to jump in.
Datan is on top of his allies this time, no longer in the red side jungle. Yes, he's going in.
Some big shit we're gonna see, but now that's going to be a big pass, getting 3 members, knocking him down, and that is a stasis Nautilus who's not going to survive unless he flashes out, and even if he flashed out, he's still going to die. There was the piercing arrow, and then the fate sealed. His own fate will be sealed, but at least he got the Jax. It's a 1-for-2, and now KBG are on the Drake.
Yeah, this time they have full control onto this dragon. J-Team, they have no way to actually enter this dragon pit. Second Drake this time for Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, look at the control that they have in their team fight and the control they have over this match. It was so close, but J-Team, they were very battered, and okay, that's a lot of damage from Barry once again. But he is kind of eschewing his later on damage in favor of upfront, because he goes for, you know, he Qs backwards and then hops and then throws the Q. and then goes for the auto attack and then the CP trouble bubble instead of going for, you know, trying to fish for trouble bubble procs like a lot of Zoes would.
Props to Andrew9 as well. He was zoning away most of the members of J-Team that allowed KeepS Gaming to actually get that dragon for themselves. They also got a better hand in that fight despite the engage there of Yezi. Still, KeepS Gaming was able to get more of the kills and also get the objective for themselves. And which now they are on Dragon Point. You know, just one more stack, they will have the best possible win rate towards this game prior to the Elder Dragon. And J-Team, they really need to step up. Now we're seeing a 3,500 goal lead. Barry hasn't really landed all those really good battle stars onto the members of KeepS Gaming. We saw more of a prowess of Xiaoma with the Chain of Corruption isolating the members here of J-Team.
Yeah, and that Chain of Corruption really does find its mark a lot of the time here, but now what's going to find its mark is the Dredge line onto DY. He's forced to go into stasis, but now Xiaoma's going to have to flash away from this as Yu uses his cast to try to get away, but now KG's there. Can he save the day? Don has followed him, and now Daton as well is there. And N9, maybe can he get into this engage with Don? No, he's just going to take care of that ward. It's KBG, they lose one.
Yeah, good snipe there by J-Team. At least they are fighting back here one way or another, taking down Yu in that small fight. And now they're trying to translate it into a tower into the top lane. They don't have an RH to work around with, so it's going to be a little challenging. They're going to be stopped here by KeepS Gaming. Let's see if they are going to be fighting here. It's like it's not. Xiaoma is here. Again, the Chain of Corruption is a big problem for J-Team. Every time Xiaoma's there, the engage can be stopped.
Yeah, and except if it's the Olaf, because then he just does not get hit by the Chain of Corruption. But now, once again, Yu is on the chopping block, but he's going to get away using the Blast Cone Daton now on the road. I don't actually see who got that final smite, but both smites went down, and only one of them got the chicken there. So, interesting fighting over a jungle camp.
A small takeaway there by KeepS Gaming. Still Yu struggling a little bit. He's the one being targeted here by J-Team as they make the waves. Again, if they do get the Gragas taken out, then that's the cast denied from the team fight of KeepS Gaming. That leaves only the Chain of Corruption as a disengaged tool for KeepS Gaming. I think that's a good takeaway here for J-Team. They are able to burst down Yu. That can spell out a team fight win for them. And now Khan is just looking for a nice assassination. KG might actually be in trouble here.
Yeah, Andra9 looking particularly spicy up there in the top lane where Jax naturally dwells, but that's not really who Andra9 was this game. He was kind of in the mid lane for quite a bit, and KG was in the top lane. So with all that being said, this is just kind of a little bit of a low point of the game because both of the teams are kind of waiting for an objective to pop up because Dragon should be up in about a minute or so. And KBG do want to be the first to get there. They want to be able to extend this lead. But J-Team, they are still getting some solid picks. If they're able to orchestrate a good pick off, they could take the lead here.
Yeah, J-Team posting now. You need to be very careful. Flash!
That is a big pick off, but there's a Chain of Corruption that is going to stop two men in their tracks. But now look at that. The stasis has got off. DY goes down first, and KBG. Barry almost gets sniped down, but lives with a sliver of health. Now the rest of KBG, after that one kill, are going to keep pressure on this mid tower. They're going to take it down, actually. And in 20 seconds, Dragon is up with one kill under their belt and another fighter forced to flee. KBG are going to be setting up here for free.
Yep. Good reflexes here on the side of KeepS Gaming, able to react in time on that engage by J-Team. Now they have good position over this Dragon. Don just forcing them to maybe back away, but he's the one in trouble.
Yeah, because Don has been caught, and Don will be smart. As the pass has some smite, as Adran9 has been low, but he's not ready to go as KG's in the back. And he's willing to smack the butt of Barry as well as DY, but DY goes for the depth chart and he's gonna try to get in. But now he's got trapped by 4, and there's the explosive cast, taking the Yoni to the floor, and DY as well. He's the one who was next. Barry wasn't even able to back and get his health reset. 0711, he cannot attack or try to get this Dragon steal. So he's just going to settle for the red buff while KBG take a wheel.
So clean from Keep Best Gaming. They got the kill onto Don. They denied the engage from DY. They also denied the engage of Yezi, taking him down solely after that fate sealed. And now they get the 3 Dragon Sacks for themselves. The best possible win rate here, aside from the Elder Drake. Now completed by Keep Best Gaming. They're posting here onto the Baron. 0711 needs to be very careful.
Oh no, he just got jumped on. The Ragnarok will save him along with the flash. He wasn't able to be CC'd because he's Olaf, the Viking.
Well, has the Ragnarok, but that's the ulti down. Keep Best Gaming can now post onto this Baron. But they are paying good respect here towards J-Team. 2 minutes in, the Elder Dragon will spawn, and Keep Best Gaming wants to cash in into their items first and reset for a bit.
A little bit of a reset, maybe just a ticket for both of these teams, because they don't really want to risk too much here, thinking of you know, trying to get a risky pick off, although that is kind of what J-Team's style is. That's what they need to do, especially since they do have that Nautilus. That dredge line has to be utilized, because that is just one of the things that make him Nautilus. You know, you post up in front, and then you make yourself as wide as possible, and then you try to go for a snipe with your anchor. Just try to get that dredge line to hit something.
Yeah, Keep Best Gaming now posing threats towards the side lanes. Andra 9, we talked about the Jax problem in the mid lane prior to this match, but Andran has been just doing a really good job here. Into the mid lane, into the side lane now, even isolating the members of J-Team during team fights. Now it's being chased away by 2 people, but that is actually a positive experience here for Keep Best Gaming, because now they can post towards the Baron. Look at them attacking it right now, while Andran just draws attention here towards JT.
Yeah, and now Dawn, he's gonna go for the Damascene Justice, but it doesn't get a kill, so that execution will not trigger. Andran 9 is able to leave and live another day. Meanwhile, Elder Dragon, the clock is ticking away, 20 seconds left, and who's gonna be set up there first? It looks like J-Team are positioning there ahead of KBG at the moment.
Good vision. Maybe this time they can set up a good play, good position here. DY is posting here onto the Tri-Brush. Barry going too deep, a little bit concerning, but not spotted out just yet. Take a trouble bubble here onto UU, will allow him to get bursted out a bit. Elder Drake is available. Andran and KG going here now.
Yeah, that's us there in the middle of it though, and so is the Jax. DY has to get out of there, but it may be over in a flash as J-Team, everything starts to crumble. Their health bars start to melt, and that's 2 kills, 3 kills for Andran. Sorry, that's Han who's got the resets, and Barry has been chased away. That is 4 for absolutely nothing. A clean set of kills for KBG.
Clean victory, clean setup there. Everyone just piled in. No one got taken out by Yezi. He's the one who actually got bursted out the moment he captured that face shield. And now there's nothing that J-Team can do, nothing that Barry can do. KBG will just end this nightmare and take game number 1.
Well, Barry doesn't die, the Nexus does though, and 1-0 we see KBG at match point. It seems like the crowd favorites are poised to take it all.
And this is the first time we will be seeing a Jax mid lane to win as well. Only possible because Andran 9, man, this guy is just full of talent. We saw how many times he zoned away the members of J-Team, flanking from the side, flanking from behind, working around in tandem of KG to just dissipate the members. We saw no sign of light here for Yezi with the Fate Seal. He's always getting burst out there by the members of KBG. And despite the Yone pick being denied, now it's going to be a problem, another problem for J-Team, because you have to choose between the two. Take the Yone away from Andran or just deal with it. And either way, things are still looking dim here for JT.
Yeah, I mean, trying to take Andran's champion when you are not all that comfortable on it yourself, kind of like, you know, a little asking to fail, basically. So, and this is one of the players here who just has a really, really deep champion pool. And it it doesn't matter if you're going to pick his own champion against him, because look at that, he's still out damaged Yezi, even though as a Jax with, and this wasn't even really the late game fantasy Jax that we're familiar with, he still managed to do some very decent work. Xiaoma, of course, doing the most damage there on the side of KBG, but that Todd, very good job securing the jungle for KBG, all 3 Drakes, and there was only 1 Herald that did go to J Team, but KBG was just really good at setting up those dragon fights.
Yeah, everyone was standing their ground. The chain of corruption was laid out perfectly. The cask was used perfectly to isolate the members of J Team, and then everybody collapsed on the side of Keep Best Gaming. KG and Andra9 worked in tandem to isolate the members of J Team as well, so there was 0 follow-up coming in from the engage of DY and Don. And despite the efforts of Yezi going in, he's always just burned out and taken down by the members of Keep Best Gaming. A really good counter, a really good approach here by Keep Best Gaming, despite not having that much aggression in the early game. Along the way, they were just able to set the tempo for themselves. Side lane pushes were initiated, and all the team fights were just so clean. And objective-wise, the Daton was always on point in getting those dragons taken for themselves. Layering it out for Keep Best Gaming. It's gonna be very problematic now for J Team to come through for game number 2, because that game was so clean for KBG.
Yeah. And this time in the second game, will J Team be able to mount this comeback, because they are no stranger to going to that elusive game 3. Although usually they do dominate their games, this time, of course, it is going to be a challenge, because KBG definitely showing their fags a little bit, strutting their stuff. And if J Team is not able to cope with that in the second game, well, we're going to have a fast day, aren't we? 2-0s all around. But, you know, maybe this one will be a little bit of a spicier game, because we know that J Team has it in them. They have the potential. They know how the meta works, how the game works very deeply as well. It's just that this time their comp did not fit them a little bit as well as, you know, it did KBG. Yu though, getting our MVP, 2-1-8, and this is the 5th time this guy has gotten the MVP. Kudos to him.
Yeah, it's just so clean. Every time he makes a play, everyone follows through. J Team tried to engage onto him at one point in the mid lane, and fast reflexes allowed KBG, especially on Yu's side, to just counteract that engage and make a win here for KBG. And I think it would take a lot more for J Team to actually take down KBG. That was just so clean coming from them. Andra9 making the first Jax mid lane win for this tournament as well. And again, the problem is, do they ban the Yone? Did they take it away? I think they couldn't really push through with that right now.
Yeah, but we will see what they decide on in the next champion select, which is going to be coming after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. I'm G10, he's Giyang, and we'll be right back for what may be the last game of the day.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are now watching what is possibly the last game of the day here at the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang. And right now, KBG is on the cusp of getting a 2-0 against JT.
KBG Gaming had a really clean game. It took a lot, 20 minutes and 50 seconds, but it's most because of the scaling composition that KBG Gaming had in that particular game. They got all the components as well necessary for them to scale up the best possible way. All the dragons and even proper team fight laid out there by the members of KBG Gaming cemented just the victory for them. Andronene was on top of his game. KG as well was there helping him out. Xiaoma's Chain of Corruptions was on point. And even Yu at some point, getting the MVP after all those engaged and disengaged tools that he just set here against J-Team. Now, they are going to be on blue side as J-Team picks red.
Yeah, that Gragas from Yu was something absolutely lethal, basically. And the support role, it was something to behold for KBG, as usually it's not really Yu who is kind of noticed, but this man has just been quietly stacking up MVP statuses left and right. He's got 5 already. So I think J-Team will have to pay a little bit more attention to him in the game itself, tracking him down and stuff and really trying to stifle his roams. But for now, we're going to be going to the sec pick and ban phase. KBG on the blue side, they will be banning the Corki, the Jace, while J-Team responds with the Fiora ban, as well as the Camille ban.
Since they are on red side, J-Team is on red side, so now they have one more ban. Do they ban the Yone or do they ban the Aatrox? Because either way, it's going to be a win here for KBG Gaming if ever they do go on this route. Naturally, since the Ziggs and the Varus is open, KBG is going to be comfortable leaving the Ziggs open since Xiaoma is just an absolute beast with the Varus. KBG Gaming, what will be their take? Looks like it's going to be the Nautilus first.
Yeah, the Nautilus is going to be a big pickup here, especially in the first rotation. That does mean that KBG Gaming is putting, once again, a lot of faith onto Yu. I mean, he was the MVP the last game for a reason, but him on this Nautilus will be a huge factor in the late game, especially when KBG are looking for those big picks. That Dredge line is way too good at fighting them, and its hitbox is surprisingly large, but the Aatrox was open and it will be going to JT.
I actually like that KBG picked up the Nautilus first because, one, you do address the Zoe issue. which is open right now. And 2, if ever J-Team picks up the Aatrox, then you have another tool that you can use to suppress the Aatrox. Looks like Yezi is gonna go round 2 with his Yone. Let's see if it's gonna be panning out well again for him, because Adran can just pick up the Jax again here in the mid lane. He did so well in that last game.
Exactly. I mean, that's what Adran's saying. He's like, oh, you're gonna go to the Yone again? That's fine. Take my Yone. I'm just gonna pick the Jax again, or somebody who can, you know, you think maybe the Jax, so you may switch the Yone up to the top lane or in the jungle, but then surprise, it's the Jax that was switched up to the top lane and the Shen in the jungle here for that time.
Wow, so much protection now. And we talked about this earlier. Both the Thon and 0711 are also comfortable with using this champion, but the Shen is gonna enable Andra 9 so much in the team fight. We saw the flanks he was making to take away and zone away the members of J-Team. And now with the Shen, it's going to be on a different dimension. The Olaf, yeah, it's gonna do well, but the shields from the Shen and the deny of the auto attacks is still gonna be massive here for KBG.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially being able to deny the auto attacks of a rampaging, Ragnaroking Olaf. That is going to be very, very useful. J-Team, though, going to keep the ban phase going with an Akali and a Varus. While KBG, an interesting ban here on the Braum. A lot of respect being shown there to DY, but I can't understand quite why they would ban that Braum instead of the Galio, but well, they will ban the Galio as well.
Yeah, I think the Braum can be a big trouble here for KBG if ever they do engage onto them. Again, concussive blows on champions that auto-attack a lot is massive for J-Team. And that was recognized as well by Keep Best Gaming. If they do lock this Leona up, this is going to be interesting. The second Leona of this tournament, we can still recall the last time we have seen this, and it was the game of EDG versus WHG. Huria picked this up, got the MVP as well, and now J-Team is gonna try it out.
Yeah, and who better to use it on than Barry? This Leona is, you know, she is the queen of high engage. Nautilus, though, is the undersea king. This time, though, it will be a Senna for Xiaoma, so a lot of support really being put into the hands of the two, what looks like two carries here on the side of KBG, which is Deton and possibly KG, possibly Adran, because this is actually a super confusing composition. Yeah, KG is going to be on the Shen, Adran 9 going to be on the Jax, and they're going to, you know, Deton and Adran are going to be the main carries here. While the other three
top lane Shen. Second time we are going to be seeing the top lane Shen as well. It was tried out by WHG against Weibo Gaming. Lemon had a hard time, and it was a lost game as well by Woohoo Gaming. So let's see as KBG tries to redeem the performance with the top lane Shen. Again, this is a team that just likes beating around the bush, likes experimenting with a lot of picks, and they just make it work. Andran pulled out the Jax a while ago in the mid lane. He's going to be trying it out again. And with the help of KG, the supplementary champion here of Keep Best Gaming. Again, another frontline, another tool for team fights. Let's see if they can withstand the aggressive playstyle here of J-Team.
Yeah, because J-Team definitely going to go aggressive here, especially with the composition that they've got. I mean, that Leona pick is a huge call out already that, hey, we're going to be in your face, because Leona has no option to get away from people engaging. From her, she can only go deeper. Unlike Nautilus, who can, you know, use his dredge line to Spider-Man out of bad situations, Leona, once you catch her, she's in, man. She is going to turn, and she's going to stun, and she's going to E. And, you know, make her resistances stronger with her W, but she is not going to be able to run away.
Solar Flare, though, is a big deal. Having to get a massive range to set up an AoE stun can be big here for J-Team. Maybe catch the backline, maybe catch Xiaoma, or even the Thon early into a fight that can translate into a massive swing around here for J-Team. Again, it's just a theoretical team fight that is laid out here for J-Team. But with them actually taking control of top lane, KBG is gonna lose a lot of stacks here, or turret plates in their top tier 1.
forcing Dawn to back there. Xiaoma being a little bit annoying. Very clever strategy there, but it does mean the J team is a little bit ahead. 700, 600 gold ahead in the early phases of the game because of that weird start to the laning phase. And Xiaoma, it's a good thing that he is on Senna, because he can just, you know, not really care too much about CS.
Yeah, on the Virus, he had 100% kill participation in game number 1. And in game number 2, he's going to be looking to sustain his allies and also just try to scale up. Double, triple scaling champions once again here by Keep Best Gaming. Senna, the Jax, and even the Shen is going to try to, you know, leverage down in the late game. This J team does have a lot of tools to work around with on team fights. So level 5-minute mark, we can see them setting up plays, possibly for the Herald, since they do have the Ziggs on their side as well. And if you're KBG, you're going to be wanting to stop them from getting that. But it's so hard right now, given the matchups, especially with the Ziggs and Leona on the Baron lane. The KBG is trying to work around bot side now to Dawn.
Yeah, as Dawn knows that he is completely unprotected, and you know, KBG know that as well. They can just focus on this turret. And Dawn, he's gonna get dove now because that taunt is on the way as well, and he's got no more clone to protect himself. Oh god, BO did have a clone, but he will still get the kill and outplay. And that tower will not take that Taun's life today. It will be a 1-for-1 though. Unfortunately, Nautilus had to go.
But that was still worth it for Dawn, because you got a 1-for-1 trade-off on a 3-man gank under the tower. So naturally, J-Team will have more manpower to work on the other side, in which they got 3 plates on the tower here of KG. 1,000 gold lead despite the 1-for-1 trade is really good here for J-Team.
Yeah, this is absolutely amazing for J-Team. This is the lead that they need. But let's take a look at that again, because there was a lot of setup there. You saw you pretty early land that dredge line, and then immediately Dawn was like, okay, so I am getting ganked, and he recognized that. He saved his clone for like a long time and forced him to overcommit to that dive, and it did get Yu killed, and it got him killed eventually, but Dawn is not too happy about that one.
Good use of the clone allowed him to get that outplay as well. Now he's having a better standing against KG. Again, the Shen and Wukong can be quite complicated, can go either way, especially with the deny of auto attacks from the Shen. But at most, Dawn is just going to be trying to scale up here in the bottom lane, because his main role is to set up plays here for J-Team to enable 0711 to just march forward and have a good setup for Yezi's Fate Sealed. That's a wombo combo here of J-Team that KBG really needs to watch out for.
Yeah, it is. And another wombo combo. Speaking of wombo combo, other than these stats here, that's on 100% kill participation in the last game. 33,200. Oh well, no, it's this game actually, because I saw those stats move. So,
oh yeah,
cool, very cool. We have those stats. I mean, 100% kill participation because there's only been 1 kill.
Yeah, Dawn gonna be coming in. This is the small trades happening, but the clone does allow Dawn to at least negate some of the auto attacks there of KG, especially with the first skill, because it hurts a lot. It is based on HP, and when you just continue to do that, naturally you will get better trades against any auto attack based champion. And J-Team does recognize that. They're trying to work around setting up vision now, since they are ahead by almost 1,500 gold. We talked about their composition a while ago and how they can actually set up for an objective. They should get the leverage here in setting up for the RH, but they're actually going towards this dragon first. 0711 starting up. Megan for the bomb thrown out by Barry now.
Yeah, and 0711, it does look like he's just going to go for this dragon right now. There is Yu getting aggressed on, but he manages to keep himself together. There is the Seta getting that set off onto DUI. There's a solar flare. It did land on that's on. There's Fate Seal, but it hits nobody. Yes, he's taking a lot of damage, but he zaps right back into place. Angry 9 getting the stun, and then KG coming in for the fun as he sets up his auto attack shield. D2Y on the top side of the map, almost gonna get killed, but not quite, as the Rift Herald is the first one to bite it. But they will eventually get DY. That is Anran 9. Now he's gonna get chased down by Dawn and Yezi, but that is going to be 1 kill for KBG and the Rift Herald. And yeah, it was still JT who got that dragon.
Yeah, it started off with the 0711 starting the dragon, and they did get it as they transitioned towards the RH, trying to stop the taking there of KBG. That flank by Yezi was actually interesting because he tried to reach towards Datan, but actually took a lot more damage than he was supposed to. That led to KBG having good position towards that match. It led to a couple of 1v1s, even Under 9 winning against a member of J Team onto the top side. And now they catched up in terms of gold after the charge of the RH in the mid lane. Now it becomes a problem again here for J Team because again, you don't want to give any gold lead here for KBG. You don't want to let them scale up because this is a Jax, this is a Senna, and this is a Shen that will be difficult to take down in the late game.
Yep, and they are going to try to take down this monkey though. Wukong getting dove a little bit. At least the damage has been laid down. KG now though going to just stand by while this tower dies. Yezi and 0711 and DY just throwing their full weight against that tower and trying to take it down. It will work. But J Team, they do need to get more towers for themselves.
They do have the Ziggs. At least they're trying to defend their tier 1 tower. And at least they got the first tower for themselves. It was traded out by KBG at the very end towards top lane. But the most important part here of J Team is to defend their mid lane tower. KBG is going to be trying to get that second Herald for sure. But that can pave a way for J Team to get the second Drake for themselves. The only thing they need to address is to push in the mid lane. What do they trade off? What do they get in an exchange? Because KBG would want to really take down that tier 1 tower in the mid lane so that they can have now some jungle access towards J Team.
Yeah, and that's really one of the big things here when thinking about objectives is, you know, trading it the early power versus the late power, because Dragon gives a lot of late power, but a lot of early power is on the Herald, but a lot of power isn't that solar flare. But the dodge did happen as that Ton is getting out of there. Don comes back in, and that is a lot of members in the mid lane trying to pose towards the lower half of the map. That Mega Inferno Bomb will get a couple. No danger of a kill here though for Barry.
Now Under 9 going to be going towards his split push once again as KG is in top lane. Attracting DY can be concerning because the Dawn is here. He can just assassinate anyone here. We saw the damage he was dealing towards Yezi a while ago in the top side fight. And surely that is a problem now for J Team as they look around to try and take down the members of KBG. Jax is so difficult to take down, plus the Shen stand united. It's just so difficult now for J Team to actually work around team fight. What do you do? How do you address the shield? How do you address the side lane pressure that KBG is posing right now? And even on team fights, we saw the damage of Barry a while ago with a Mega Inferno Bomb. It's not a whole lot compared to the damage that KBG is doing simply because of the Delving Shadow Shield that Xiaoma provides for the team.
Yeah, Xiaoma is a huge part of the team fight for KBG, because that Doddic Shadow, it can't just give KBG that much needed lifeline, and if you're set up right, you will be able to hit everybody on your team and the enemy team. That can turn the tides in your favor quite a bit. That stun though going to land for Xiaoma.
Setting up now.
Now the Herald will be set up. It's Don who is there first, obviously. But KBG, they can look for something here. And what they're looking for is Anran going in quickly. And there is a Dotting Shadow, but Xiaoma has been jumped on by Don. But that monkey will not get anything here. The health bars are starting to melt. Anran 9 running for his life. But he is going to get away. There is no Mega Inferno Bomb to get another kill here for J Team. But they are going to get back onto that Herald. Xiaoma and Yu are a little bit low. Are they going to contest this, or are they going to give it over to J Team as the rest of KBG have made a quick exit?
Now KBG engaged onto there, and I thought he would be able to flank entirely onto the members of J Team, but it wasn't the case. At least he was able to stay alive, but that gives J Team now the RH and good position for this Ocean Drake. Mega Inferno Bomb is still on cooldown. Same goes for the Dawning Shadow. So what can they work around here? Yu gonna be the front line. Need to watch out.
And he does get focused on, but he's able to get into stasis. Aaron 9 now on the back line, and there's the health bar starting to melt now on the side of JT. But someone is in the middle of it all, and Dawn 1
Dawning Shadow
got the big Cyclone, but the Dawning Shadow will end his life. Another one, the Leona goes down to say goodnight. KBG have only lost one, it seems like, but 1 for 3, they'll take that any day, as well as a Dragon.
This is a scaling objective that now they have access. It started off a little bad there for KBG because they don't have the Stand United to protect Anran as he goes in. But after that, cooldowns went in. Dawning Shadow was available first before the Mega Inferno Bomb. So the shield provided protection there for their front lines, and that gave them the confidence to just push through in that fight. Now it's going to be trouble for you.
Now they're going to jump onto Barry once again, and he's in the way. He's not going to see the light of day. Datan and Xiaoma are going to make their way away from this turret into the protective arms of Anran 9.
Yeah, they won't get the tower into the mid lane, but at least that was a team fight win. Let's check out how it actually happened. Solar Flare initiated onto the burster towards Yuyu, but Anran was left alone against 5 people without the Stand United. He just easily bursted out. But as JT was just overextended, the Dawning Shadow was enough to cut through the defenses there of JT despite the flash out. Still, 3 kills was picked up there by KBG and the Dragon. Now they have a 2,000 gold lead. Now they are scaled up much better. They can start split pushing. We see KG now into the bot side. Maybe Andrew Knight can work towards top side. Isolation play will work against J-Team.
Yeah, isolation play it is. Because that is kind of what KBG is good at right now. Look at how many kills they've managed to get. And speaking of isolation, it looks like KBG is the one getting isolated here. Yuyu, though, there is going to get Stand United. And there's the Todd KG. This might have not been the smartest idea, but it did take the Olaf out as DY gets onto the back line. Xiaoma in a little bit of danger. He will get taken out, get bouncing grenaded either, as Anran almost gets the DY up in this. But then JT's done, and Barry give him a little bit of a reason to get out of there. A disincentive to stop chasing.
At least J-Team got a couple of kills there. Adonai couldn't chase down the crucial member there of J-Team. So it's a bit of a reset, a bit of a trade-off here by both teams. And KBG is gonna go back towards their usual route. The side lane control, isolation play again. This is what is working against J-Team. But they need to be very careful of the engage. Because again, if Yuyu is gonna get caught out, if Xiaoma's gonna get caught out there, then it's still gonna be a win here for J-Team. They're gonna be forcing fights all the time onto the isolated members of KBG as well. And if they're not gonna react in time, similar to game number 1, then that's gonna spell out trouble here for KBG. Now they go back. Now they side lane push. Datan is here. Yuyu is back into the mid lane alongside with Xiaoma. They should be very cautious.
Yeah, this is the time of the game where you really have to be on your toes. You have to be super alert, always checking the map, checking where you are in relation to your teammates and how fast you can get to them, because you never know where the enemy can be unless you have so many wards in their jungle. But look at the map, it's completely black. There is no ward for either side around either jungle for some reason. They're all in the rivers and all on the side of KBG at that. So I think JT really need to get a little bit of light on this map.
So far, they're focusing on clearing the waves. They have the Ziggs to work around with the Mega Inferno Bomb, clearing the side lanes, answering back the side lane control of KBG. Maybe they can set up another Death Brush. Since DY is really good on this Leona, so far the Solar Flares has been on point, allowing them to get that single target pick off against KBG. But they need to be very careful of the backline threat, because Andronite is always going to go in towards them. There's always going to be a Stand United following through the Jax, and then a backline access here for KBG. So next Dragon, it is going to come up in the next few minutes. J-Team has to set up Vision early, maybe set up a Death Brush, just like how they're doing right now. But also try to target Xiaoma first. Because if you kill the Senna, then that's the Dawning Shadow denied. That's a lot of sustain denied here for KBG.
Yeah, not just sustain. She does a lot of damage as well. It's just not as pronounced as, say, Ziggs his damage, so it's not really that noticeable. But over time and in a long fight, that Senna does do a lot of work. KG now, he's going to engage on his own. He's going to flash into the Wukong, who's still on that Cyclone. He's going to slow him down for that taunt, who goes for the isolation, and then he gets a kill. But then KG maybe will die. No, he won't, as the Death Charge hits Yezi again. There's the tower in the bot lane that cannot be defended by the Olaf, as KBG get a little bit more.
Since Dawn is down, that gives KBG leverage towards this dragon. This is gonna be so bad here for J Team, but they're still trying. Setting up a vision here on the bot side jungle. Can they do this?
Oh, the flashes are in, and Yuyu's in there like a thin square as he's into two members, but a big shield prevents DY from dying. KG's in the middle, but he will be the one who bites the dust this time as Yuyu gets away, and Chama's not able to heal him.
This time around, KBG has still some fight in them.
This is going to be a 2v4, so they have to be very careful not to let J-Team know that the rest of their reinforcements are just coming from the base at this moment.
They realize, okay, they have vision onto the red side jungle. DY is stuck here. That's a good
Dawn is there as well. He's in the middle of the two. He's gonna get a stun onto Shama as well, and Shama cannot do anything. He's in stasis, but now Dawn's gonna get focused. DY maybe the next one. Dawning Shadow coming in and saving the lives of KBG's men. There's a Mega Inferno bomb though, going to take away nobody, as Shama's still alive but very badly hurt. The rest of KBG are also pretty low, as Andra9 has to make his way away from this fight though, as Daton as well gets slowed, and then the bouncing grenade gets the kill, finishes him off, and J-Team snatch victory from the hands of defeat.
Now, after the team fight win, they can snatch this Baron up for themselves as well. That was a clean team fight win. They have vision control here as well. They got spotted out, but what can KBG do? Well, Yezi is very low. The taunt is here, but how can he actually enter here? Will it be enough? He jumps in.
He's trying his best. He's gonna get Stand United in here by KG, who's like literally right there. Shama's there as well, but now it's just KG. The taunt has to get out, and he will not get hit by the Mega Inferno bomb, but the Shen will sacrifice his life for the life of that taunt.
KBG loses their Baron laner, but they stop the Baron take here for J-Team, and I think that is a worthy trade for KBG. At least stall things out here after that team fight loss that they had against J-Team in that dragon fight. Let's check out that replay and how it actually happened. Yuyu got overextended, but the backline access towards Shama was massive, zoning him entirely off the fight. Andran tried to serve in the front line, but after they got the dragon already, they had the confidence to just work around. Mega Inferno Bomb did a lot. Now, actually fight again.
Oh! Yeah, Yuyu's already very low, Yuyu's already down, but so is the Nautilus, so it's a trade of the supports, and they're still committing onto this Baron Ashore, but 7-11 is not high enough in health to actually get there, and the Leona sacrifices herself to let the rest of J-Team get out quickly and quietly, but KBG, good denial.
J-Team getting a couple of kills in exchange for not being able to get that Baron. Slowly but surely, they're catching up. Only 1,500 gold lead now by KBG. Again, this is a scaling composition, but J-Team is working around the weak points here of KBG. If they reach the backline, if they reach Shama, they can easily win a team fight. And we stated that prior to the fight, earlier into that dragon fight, and they did it. They did it. They got the damage onto Shama, forcing him to use the stasis, forcing Andra9 to serve in the front line, despite the Stand United already used onto another member of KBG. And with that, it deletes the whole intention here of the composition of KBG. Because Andra9 could no longer serve that much in the front line if Shama already used the Dawning Shadow, already used the shield and the heal, and Shen as well, popping that Stand United onto another member of KBG.
Exactly. They have to really coordinate when Andra9 is going to be coming in to fight the rest of J-Team, and how the rest of the team can actually, you know, have his back, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get this Jax in there, and then he's going to handle all the aggro. He's going to attack everything with his big resistances, with the shield from the Stand United, as well as the Dawning Shadow and the heal and everything. But it looks like KBG looking to get a big engage here from the back line, or just leave Andra9 in the side lane, letting letting him split push. Dawn is going to go over there, while the rest of JT are going to stay over here by the Dragon. They have sent 2 members to deal with Anran 9, but that will signify to KBG. Yeah, Sand United is there. So the Shen is going to be coming in from the top lane, but he's already pretty low. There was the counter strike. You saw that already, but Anran 9 go into stasis here. But there is 2 fights breaking out at 2 different parts of the map right now, but JT in the middle of their jungle going to start melting down, but KBG have to be very careful. Yu almost goes away, but Yezi will live to see another day. No kills either way here for either team, as it's just a whole big nothing of a dream here for both of them.
Yeah, 2 split fights. Both team managed to walk away scot-free. KBG still have the waves crashing down towards the base here of J-Team. Elder Drake is available right now. It was eminent that KG was on top side because he was able to cast the Stand United to help Andra 9 as he was ganked by 2 members of J-Team. And the split part of that fight as well was interesting because Shama still was able to cast in that Dawning Shadow. Had it been casted a second late, Andra 9 would have been taken down. Elder Drake, now
that Nautilus is dead, but Yezi will be traded instead. Xiaoma with the... That was huge.
Yeah, support for the Yone. Yeah, you don't have any more engage tool for KBG, but that lack of damage on the side of J-Team can be crucial here. KBG starting the Elder Drake. They also sent out KG onto the top side because he can just win onto this Wukong.
Yeah, there is no question that Wukong kind of falls off in the late game, especially against Shen. His damage is a little bit lacking at that point, so KG will just be able to keep him in place basically and just tank all his hits, absorb everything that this monkey can do while still, you know, reflecting as much damage as he can. With Anran 9 there, though, it could be a little bit of a different story if they want to push instead, as this Elder Drake will be the topic of J-Team's attention now.
J-Team trying to reset here. It is starting to be a problem on the side lane push. KG and Andran has been working through all those side lane push ever since the 15-minute mark. It's so far working. It's allowing or forcing J-Team to actually collapse onto them. They tried to make some plays around the mid lane and also in the bottom lane a while ago, but so far it's not working. That's
they're trying to jump in. There's a stun onto 0711, but it's the Olaf, so it doesn't really matter. No follow-up here from KBG, but that does give them the time to kind of just wait around in the Dragon Pit. They can even split push 1-3-1 if they like, because that Shen can join the fight at any time.
Guardian Angel picked up here.
That's
on. That is huge.
Sneaky boy.
Yeah, if they can actually stall, if they can stall J-Team, that is going to be huge. 8,000 now left there. They're engaging into the mid lane.
Yeah, and that does mean that Yu has to get out of there. There's a Stand United being used, but Daton is still just on that. There he's on the Elder Drake. He's going to slide it down, and he successfully snuck it. And that means that KBG have everything they need to win this fight. DY has gone down, and look at that. Adran 9 is already on the in-him turrets. He's going to get cycloned on, but he gets away. He gets a jump on him. Dawn going to get taken down low. 0711 really not able to defend the siege properly, but KBG, what a turnaround.
Good job with the rest of the members of KBG drawing attention towards themselves to distract them and put them away from ever checking this bot side river, because they had the Scuttle Crab vision onto the river, so that gave a bit of comfort here for J-Team that maybe Daton won't go there. But actually, he was there attacking the dragon for so long while the rest of the members were just irritating them. Now, with the Elder Drake, they can now pose for, again, a 1-3-1 situation and maybe force a Baron, since they know they can just win team fights here.
Yeah, but if they were to go for 1-3-1, I would have put the Shen in the bot lane and the Jax in the top lane instead if they're going to go for Baron, because then Jax, he just walk over to the Baron. The Shen can ult from the bottom of the map at KBG. They are not going to seriously commit to it first. They are trying to bait J-Team and look for an engage here. which could be happening soon.
Done
That's Hot already going to jump onto Barry. Oh my god, he just gets deleted. That Ziggs was not allowed to play the game whatsoever. But now Don may be the next here on the chopping block. That's Han almost gets caught though, as 0711 had the Ragnarok to get out, and now there are 2 inhibitor turrets down. They are on to the Nexus. The rest of J Team, they have to make a desperate play. They have to win this fight today. KG almost going to go down, but the Nexus will go down, and KBG once again give us a 2-0 for the day.
And after the sneaky Elder Dragon by the Dawn, it allowed KBG to finally have the best possible killing condition to force J-Team back into their base, to force those team fights, assassinate Barry as well into the top side, and cement the 2-0 victory. J-Team now on a 2-game lose streak after their loss against Nova Esports, and now losing to KBG, while KBG, 7 games, the only team to have this kind of win streak in this tournament, now has a better momentum towards this tournament. I think they're sitting at the 2nd place now, if not the 1st place in the CN Conference bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe it's the 1st place, right? It has to be. With the amount of games they've played and the amount of wins that they have, KBG definitely should be up there. 1st place, yeah, in the standing. So well done to them, proving that with hard work and dedication, you can bring yourself to the top.
It was fascinating. J-Team was actually doing really well in that 2nd game. They were able to resist the forces of KBG. Don did a really good job just doing all the crowd control to set up the play there for Yezi. At times, he was able to reach the backline, killing Xiaoma, killing Yuyu. They were initiating fights favorable to J-Team until that sneaky Elder Dragon, in which Xiaoma and Yuyu were drawing attention towards himself, KG as well onto the top lane, Andra9 as well into the bottom lane. All the attention was split up. It's very difficult to check the bottom side river to check if Datan was actually taking that Elder Dragon, and it was just a genius performance there, genius call coming in from Datan and KBG to just get it. And then after getting that Elder Dragon, all the fights became simple, all the fights became favorable, and they just swung it from
Barry's
there.
damage. Did you see Barry's damage?
Menacing.
It was 57,000.
But not enough.
J-Team's 0711 also did quite a bit of damage, 36,000 and a half. And it does seem like overall on the damage charts, J-Team did a lot more damage than KBG, like in total. I mean, look at that, Barry, 57,000 damage to 31,000. That is a 25,000 damage difference right there. So, you know, overall they did do a lot more damage. It was just, you know, when they did a lot of damage, it tended not to kill. Unlike KBG, where when they do a lot of damage, they follow it up and then they get the actual kill, and then they follow up with more objectives and stuff. So unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles here for JT.
I mean, it's kind of anticipated already. It was a 25-minute game with the Ziggs against a Senna composition, so a lot of shields versus a lot of damage. Barry's gonna get a lot onto his bank, but it wasn't enough to actually take down the members of KBG. Interestingly, so it was very dead even. A lot of times we saw KBG setting up plays. A lot of times J-Team was also setting up plays that were taking down KBG. They came back from a 4,000 gold deficit, but it wasn't enough as well. The Ton just getting that genius, sneaky Elder Dragon take that allowed them to just get the win condition, the best win condition to take this game on.
Deserved. That Ton, the mastermind, the sneaky sneaker of WRLA right here, just soloing that entire Elder Drake. And with any other champion, it would have been really difficult, but with Kha'Zix, because he has that isolation damage, it got a lot like easier to do. With other champions, it would have been much more difficult. So big props to the Ton. That's his 5th MVP as well. So, you know, things have really been popping for KBG, and I salute them. #1 team in the Chinese region so far.
And it does make sense, you know, it's KBG. They have superior discipline compared to the other teams right now. And now they're sitting at the very top of the bracket for sure, as we see today's result. All 2-0s. We got a little bit late today because of the long technical difficulty, but thank you to our viewers for being very patient, of course, and waiting for the game to resume here for our last series, KBG versus J Team. But at the end of that, it's just a superior discipline on the side of KBG. Now, they're the ones sitting at the very top. 7 wins and only 1 lose against Nova Esports. 10 points for this topside team.
Yeah, 7-1. The most wins and the least losses. That does mean that they are the best so far, but it is kind of shocking to see in our standings that EDG is at number 6 when they started off so well. They were so feared throughout the last few weeks, but they have kind of dropped the ball a little bit. KBG now the team to beat here for the Chinese conference. Trace Esports, FPX, Woohoo Gaming, Thunder Talk, OMG, and of course Rare Atom staying where they are in the lower half of the brackets here.
It will take a lot for them. Again, Rare Atom is just so struggling right now. Well, tomorrow's game is going to be really interesting as well. We will see Woohoo Gaming against OMG. Another battle for EDG to try and get their momentum back rolling again as they face Trace Esports. Thunder Talk will face Weibo Gaming as well after Weibo Gaming won against Woohoo Gaming just last time. So another batch of Chinese teams just working their way towards the top.
Yeah, so with all that being said, hopefully you guys are excited as well for the only other APAC match we have for the week, which is going to be on Sunday with KT Rolster, and I believe it was OMG. So that is
KT versus KBG.
KBG, there you go. So the best of APAC versus the current best of the Chinese conference. Hope you guys are excited for that, because I know I am. KT has been pretty good, but they haven't been as consistent as somebody like KBG. So this is going to be a huge opportunity for them to prove their worth.
Yes, and of course, on behalf of the production and the casters side, thank you so much for watching till the very end. This tournament is brought to you by Riot Games in partnership with VND Games and Coca-Cola as well. We are your casters, Giyang and G10, and thank you so much, of course.
Yeah, and we'll be signing off for tonight, but stay tuned, guys. We'll be here same time, same place tomorrow for another action-packed day. So we will see you then.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.